With a win today, the Astros could secure the best record in the American League. They're hosting the Rangers at Minute Maid Park. They lost 3 of their last 4, including yesterday's matchup, as Texas added some 10th inning dramatics in a wild finish. But could there be another spicy finish in store? Welcome into the YouTube pregame show presented by Jersey Mike's. I'm Sierra Santos. She's Jamie Hirsch. And Jamie, this is the finale of the 3-game set. But when you look at these two sides historically, Houston has absolutely dominated. The Astros have won 26 of their 30 games at home versus the Rangers since the start of the 2019 season. That is the most wins for any team against a visiting opponent in Major League Baseball over that span.
Ouch. And it's an in-state rivalry, so there's pride on the line here, too. The Rangers do not like this. It has been super lopsided in this battle of the Lone Star State. This trend actually goes back even further than 2019, though, because it's all about the Silver Boot trophy between these two, right? The Astros will actually secure that Silver Boot for the 6th straight year if they get a win today. So they've already won 9 of 13 this season so far against Houston. Looks like they're going to take that boot for a 6th straight year.
All right, let's get to the things you need to know about the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Our game is streaming live all over the globe. The best part is it's free. After today, we're going to have 4 more games during the regular season. So you want to be sure to subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel to join the over 3.5 million fans that enjoy our MLB content. Click the bell icon to receive notifications on upcoming games. And YouTube TV subscribers can stream live in an MLB pop-up channel as well as in 4K for 4K plus subscribers.
Let's get to the highlights from last night.
Justin Verlander working from the windup to lead it off. Bubba Thompson.
Swing and a miss. Thompson goes down. That is strikeout number 3 for Verlander. 1 every inning, and there's 1 away in the 3rd. Garcia goes down on strikes. 4 strikeouts for Verlander. Starts and finishes the inning with a K.
Kyle Tucker leads it off here in the 4th inning for the Astros. Trailing 2-1. That one hit well. Hit deep. Going back to right center field at the wall. Going back. It's gone. As Kyle Tucker hits his 16th home run of the season. And this game is tied at 2. Here's Yordan Alvarez. Yordan 0 for 3 tonight. Hammer to right field. Going back, and that ball is gone! A home run by Yordan Alvarez that took a blink of an eye to get out of the ballpark. That was a line drive home run that ties this game at 3.
Hine takes the walk, and the bases are loaded with nobody out.
Marcus Semien
Lifted out to left field. It's going to be deep enough to get a run home. Diaz makes the catch. A sac fly by Marcus Semien, and the Rangers have the lead in the 10th inning. It's 4-3. Well, he's got a chance to pick up another ride here. Smith rounding 3rd on the single by Seager. 2 runs have scored in the inning, and the Rangers have a 5-3 lead.
But the Rangers still alive to add to their totals with Leody Taveras coming up.
That one lined into center field, base hit. A bases clearing double for Leody Taveras, and the Rangers open it up in the 10th.
The Rangers lead 8-3.
The 5 runs the Rangers scored in the 10th inning are the most they've scored in their 12 extra inning games this season. Here is Leody Taveras after the game talking about the importance of this win over their in-state rivals.
This feels good. This gives us a lot of confidence. You know, we have been fighting a lot with this team, and we did it right. You know, we got the win. Yeah, on that point, I just was trying to be made it simple. You know, not trying to do too much. You know, Verlander is a really good pitcher. But I just was trying to put the ball in play because man on 3rd, you know, I got to bring that run in. It was really good. You know, I have been working on that. Today I find a way, I find the timing, and I see the result. Yeah, I think I just got to be, focused every single day and try to do my best.
He did his best indeed. Taking a look now at the Rangers lineup today, Corey Seager is back in the 2-hole as he continues his all-star season with the Rangers. By the way, he's having his best year since 2016 when he won Rookie of the Year. And he's just 1 homer shy of matching his career high of 26 bombs. Now, we're going to talk a little more about Adolis Garcia later in the show with Sarah Langs. He's batting .324 with 4 homers and 20 ribbies in just 20 games since the break. But it's all about Leody Taveras. We just heard from him. What a night with a career high 5 RBIs, Sierra.
Yeah, and there was 12 hits for the Rangers yesterday. Not quite a season high. Their season total, they set the mark at 18 previously. There were only 2 extra base hits, though. Who had them? Leody.
Yeah, have a night.
Yeah, let's get to the Astros lineup. Jose Altuve leading off. He's reached base in 40 of his 45 home games this season. Kyle Tucker, he's got a .356 average with 16 RBI in 13 games against Texas this year. Aledmys Diaz is batting .368 with 10 RBI over his last 11 games. But the guy I want to talk about is the guy that's on the hill for the Astros today, and that is Framber Valdez. He's on the mound. He's 10-4 with a .284 ERA. And Jamie, he's pitched at least 6 innings and given up 3 earned or fewer in 18 consecutive starts. That is the longest streak in the majors.
I think they call that a quality pitcher, right? All those quality starts that he's racking up. So, yeah, 19 in a row is what he's going for today.
Yeah,
it's incredible. I think he can do it.
I think so, too.
Why not?
Let's go for it.
Have at it.
All right, let's get it over to the guys who have the call of the game, Scott Braun and C.J. Nitkowski.
Hey, look who we found. Rangers broadcaster, former big league pitcher, of course, too. C.J. Nitkowski in the house, coming in late. We appreciate it. And this is your first voyage on YouTube. Are you ready?
Very ready, and most excited about the fact that I'm not wearing a tie or a jacket right now. So thank you very much.
Yeah, that was the biggest news that we broke to you last night. Also, the fact that we have guests, and we have a very stacked guest list for today's game. It's Justin Verlander at some point during the game, and then also Martin Perez is going to join us. He's been the best starter for the Texas Rangers. Want to focus on today for a moment, the pitching matchup. Framber Valdez, who we'll cover a lot when we do the open right before the game starts. But let's give some love to Cole Reagans as well, who really had to fight to get to this point, and this is his second ever big league start. You watch the Rangers on a daily basis. What have you heard about him?
So this guy's pretty special. His journey is pretty incredible. 2 Tommy John surgeries back-to-back. So he did not pitch for 3 years and thought about, you know what, maybe baseball's not going to happen for me. But he continued with it. He continued with the rehab. He's got a really good arm, an arm that they're excited about from the left side. And that first start for a kid who was making his first big league start against the White Sox, a tough team against lefties, zero fear.
And guess what? A lot of fun to watch. Your next start is against the Houston Astros. So as if it gets that much easier, it doesn't, of course. They're full of great righty bats as well. Last thing I'll say about Reagans, too, is the YouTube audience would love this. Grew up watching Cole Hamels, looks like Cole Hamels in many ways, which we'll get into, but right, do you see it a little bit?
100%. I think fans will see it the first time. If you know Cole Hamels in that delivery, you're going to watch Cole Reagans and go, wait a minute, is that the same Cole? It's a different Cole, but a pretty good guy to copy.
So Cole Hamels is back, and his name is Cole, but it's Reagans. Also, by the way, mic'd up Nathaniel Lowe, so we'll see what he's got for us during the game. Rangers and Astros, we'll see you very soon.
Yes, we will. Thanks, guys. Okay, take a look at our poll question today that we certainly want to hear from you on. Which pitcher would you want on the mound with 1 game to win in the postseason? Justin Verlander, Garrett Cole, Jacob deGrom, Max Scherzer. That's a toughie.
That is a tough one. That's a tough one. I'm going JV.
Okay, well, it's hard to go against it.
I can do it this year.
We'll hear more about that later in the show as well. But send us your votes. We'll get it in later in the show. Chas McCormick not playing today, day game after a night game, but he has taken some time to make some fans very happy at Minute Maid Park. Stay tuned. Right after this, we continue with our YouTube Game of the Week pregame show.
Hey, baseball fans. Live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. you'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Jersey Mike's. Cole Reagan's getting ready to make his second career start. He was strong in his MLB debut against the White Sox last week, giving up 1 run across 5 innings pitched. He's going to try to get a win today. We are now joined by Brian McTaggart, Astros beat reporter for MLB.com. And Brian, Lance McCullers Jr. hasn't pitched a big league game since last October. He's set to make his season debut on Saturday. What exactly should we expect?
Well, yeah, it's going to be a big moment on Saturday when he gets back on the mound for the first time this year. But what to expect? I think there's a little bit of unknown there. Lance got up to 86 pitches in his most recent minor league rehab outing, which was on Sunday. So he's stretched out a little bit. But what you do know, I think, is you're going to get a guy who's going to take the ball and compete, a guy that's going to give you everything he has. I mean, he's worked really hard, and it's been a long, grueling rehab to get back to this point. Last year, he had the best season of his career, and he was the Astros' best starting pitcher, appeared on some Cy Young ballots, so got hurt in the playoffs, and he was really looking to build on that. So especially after missing all of 2020, it's been a long couple of years, and I think he's going to be really excited, really thrilled to get that ball and sort of reestablish himself as a guy the Astros can count on in the rotation, and somebody that when the playoff comes that they can count on him to be one of their playoff starters. He's started some huge games for the Astros over the years, including Game 7 of the World Series in 2017. So if they can get him back to Lance McCullers' form, put him in that rotation in September, and then going into the playoffs, it'll be sort of like a trade deadline acquisition for them.
Yeah, very nasty trade deadline acquisition at that. And speaking of reliable starters, Justin Verlander has been nothing short of spectacular this season. And no decision for him last night after another solid outing. What do you think are his prospects to win the Cy Young this year?
Well, he's the favorite right now, I think, easily. I mean, he leads the major leagues in wins and ERA and I believe WHIP and a lot of other categories. But to be doing this at age 39 and after missing all of last season following Tommy John surgery, I mean, it's just one of the best stories in baseball this year. He's as good as he's ever been, and he's got over 3,000 innings under his belt. He moved into 14th place in the all-time strikeout list last night. And one of the great things about him is that he can still dial up and throw 99 miles an hour plus. We saw that a couple of weeks ago where I think he threw 4 pitches of 99 miles an hour or over. So he's still got that in the tank as well at 39 years old. Absolutely remarkable. And he wants to pitch until he's 45. Wow. I have no doubts he's gonna do that because at 39 he's as good as ever. Will be a free agent at the end of the year. But, the Astros are sort of being careful with his workload. He's pitching every 5 or 6 days instead of with 4 days of rest. So they want him to be as fresh as they can in the World Series. And if they get there, especially in the playoffs, to start Game 1 of the playoffs and be that ace they can count on.
No, I like it. Put that energy out there.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Say it.
The
World Series.
We caught that.
I did. I went there, didn't I?
You did. And I'm not mad at it. All right, so the Astros, they did make some noise at the trade deadline. You got Trey Mancini, Christian Vasquez. How have they fit in so far with the Astros ball club inside the clubhouse?
Yeah, they fit in really well. I mean, getting to know Trey Mancini, obviously one of the great guys in the game, great personality. He's going to fit in wherever he goes. This is the first time he's been traded. He came up with the Orioles, but he was really thrilled to come to a team now that is going to make the playoffs. He's only played in 1 playoff game in his career, and now he's joining a team that is not only going to be in the playoffs, but has a chance to make a really deep playoff run. He hit 2 home runs in his first two hits with the Astros, including a grand slam. He's got 3 home runs total. So we're still trying to find out how he's going to work into the lineup. Will he play some left field? He can play this small left field at Minute Maid Park, of course, more than he can that big left field at Camden Yards in Baltimore. We know he can DH like he's doing today, he can play first base, so I think we'll see him play quite a bit. Christian Vasquez backing up Martin Maldonado gives them another veteran guy with playoff experience, has won a World Series and can swing the bat a little bit, so they're in really good shape. catching-wise, I think, with Maldonado, a guy who handles the pitching staff so well, and Christian Vasquez, just one of the most respected and most experienced catchers in the game. So they did pretty well getting those two guys, I think, especially going back to Mancini in left field. Michael Brantley's out indefinitely, so that's a spot where they're going to need maybe Mancini to play some more left field than he did in Baltimore.
Okay, Brian, I know the Astros are the hot team to talk about, but the Rangers came up with a big win just last night. So when we look at their lineup, which player has stood out as a real thorn in the side of the Astros pitching staff?
Yeah, well, that's an easy one. That's Adolis Garcia. I mean, he's really destroyed the Astros pitching since he came up in his rookie year. He's played 30 games against the Astros, is hitting .317 with 9 homers and 25 RBIs. No player has done more damage against the Astros in that span. You know, for the Astros, for 20 years, they were terrorized by Albert Pujols. When he was in the National League Central with the Astros, with the Cardinals, Pujols goes to the AL West. Astros go to the AL West. They're still being destroyed by Albert Pujols. So Pujols is out of the picture, and now they have a new nemesis in Adolis Garcia, who for some reason or another seems to come through with some big hits against the Astros over and over. He's got a chance to do it again here today in the finale of this series.
Well, thank you so much for the time and the insight. We're looking forward to a good game today. We'll see if that Silver Boot trophy goes home with the Astros officially with one more win here today. Thanks, Brian.
All right, guys. Thank you.
It's time for our YouTube Creator Spotlight. This week we feature Jimmy Bettini of the Fireball Review. He incorporates baseball news, vlogs from MLB stadium trips, and even tries his hand at the occasional movie review. We're going to get into all that and more right now as we welcome Jimmy back to the YouTube pregame show presented by Jersey Mike's. Hi, Jimmy. Thanks so much for joining us. Let's find out more about this Fireball Review YouTube page. When did you start it, and are there any kind of special projects that you're working on right now?
Thanks a lot, ladies. I do vlogs. I went to Boston earlier in the year, so that was exciting. I got to sit in the monster seats. I was at the All-Star game, and I like to film just kind of different weird things that are happening around the stadium, not really the game action or anything like that. But I do news. I do like top 10 type stuff. I do skits. I actually applied to be the Angels manager a few years ago, but I never heard back, believe it or not, so that was a little bit... And then I do predictions. I predicted that the Braves would win the World Series in spring training last year, and that actually came true, which was absolutely amazing. And then I picked the Brewers this year, and I got a little cocky. I got a little too confident, you know, because the Brewers are out of the playoffs right now. So I'm feeling a little bit uneasy about that.
Jimmy, it sounds like you're racking up those air miles as well. And you already mentioned you're a big Angels fan. So what is your favorite memory of them as a fan?
There's a couple. I mean, obviously the World Series comes to mind. But the one that I think nobody talks about is when they eliminated the Red Sox in 2009, the division series that year, home run. And, you know, the Red Sox were always the Angels' nemesis. Every time they would make the playoffs in '86, they were one strike away from going to the World Series, and that didn't happen. The Red Sox came back and beat them in 7 games that year, and then they lost 2 times to them in the 2000s. So when they finally got over that hump and beat the Red Sox, that was a huge moment for the Angels. Probably the second biggest moment, in my opinion, outside of winning the World Series, obviously.
Yeah, it was a huge moment. And, Jimmy, I don't have to tell you that the last 10 years have been pretty lean in Anaheim, despite having some of the biggest names in baseball playing for the Halos. So I guess, first of all, what's it like getting to see Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani play on a regular basis? But also, how frustrating has it been for you to see them consistently miss out on the postseason?
Yeah, everything's been kind of a downward spiral since then. It's been rough. I mean, yeah, you have Ohtani, you have Trout, obviously, and I've been telling my friends, just kind of mentally prepare yourselves, because I have a lot of friends that are bigger Angel fans than me, and I've told them just sort of mentally prepare yourselves for Ohtani potentially leaving. I hope it doesn't happen, but I wouldn't blame him if he does. I mean, the Angels they haven't been able to get their act together the last few years, and I just hope he does. If he leaves us, I just hope he doesn't go to the Dodgers. That's the big thing. He goes to I mean,
So you mentioned that you made a trip to Boston, to Beantown, and the whole thrill of getting to see the Red Sox being in a historic stadium. What was it like being on the Green Monster, though?
You know, I went for 2 games, and I was really excited about it. I'd gone there earlier, I think maybe 2 years ago, That was in like September. I went back this year for the first game in, I want to say, we were there in late April. And I had no idea how cold Boston is.
Yeah.
So in Southern California, if it gets below 60 degrees, everyone's wearing a parka. So the next night, we went back for a second game. I was wearing about 4 layers of clothing. But the big thing about sitting on the monster seats is you got to be constantly aware of your surroundings. You can't be on your paying attention because the ball comes at you very quickly there.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be heads up, no doubt about it. Okay, so tonight we're actually celebrating the movie Field of Dreams for a second straight year with an MLB game in the cornfields. You put together a list of the top 10 baseball movies recently, but I hear that Field of Dreams didn't crack your top 5. What? Earmuffs, everyone. Yeah, that's true, apparently. So why? And also tell us which films did.
Yeah, it wasn't in the top 5. What really I got a lot of heat from is I didn't have The Sandlot in the top 10. So
blasphemy.
But no, I mean, Field of Dreams, it's a great movie. I like that sort of epic crescendo moment in a movie where the crowd is it's a full crowd like in Major League, when Jake Taylor lays down the bunt and just the crowd screams at the end. And you don't really have that in Field of Dreams. I mean, James Earl Jones, he's a great actor. I love some of the scenes in that, particular movie. I would want James Earl Jones to voice, I would want his voice if someone was doing a biography on me. But, Major League, it's just it's such a great movie. There's kind of that underdog element in it. And, I don't know, Field of Dreams, it's a little it's a great scene. He hugs his dad. I mean, I'm not going to lie. That's pretty impressive.
I'm still hung up on the fact that you don't have one of my favorite movies ever, not just baseball movies, The Sandlot. I mean, you're killing me, Smalls. That's all I have to say.
We're gonna have to have a talk with Jimmy.
There's not a bad baseball movie. I mean, the only bad baseball movie I saw was that one Matt LeBlanc did where he had Z as a middle infielder or something like that. That was odd casting. I don't know.
All right. Well, for more controversial takes, you can check out Jimmy's YouTube page and his reviews. Thank you so much for the time, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks a lot, ladies. Appreciate it.
Wonder what Framber Valdez thinks of The Sandlot being left off his list. I don't know. He's got more important things on his mind, probably. Going for close to MLB history, trying to get another quality start today. We'll be right back.
Year-old southpaw just called up from Birmingham, Wilson Alvarez on the hill. Grabs some bench, so Wilson Alvarez punches out the side here in the first.
2 outs, bases empty, and the pitch. Melvin swings and misses, and down he goes. And the Orioles here in the 4th inning looking for their first base hit.
Good jump. Dickens makes the catch.
Now the 1-0 offering. Pasca is there to make the grab for the final out.
The 0-2 pitch. Yes, grab some bench. That'll do it. That's hit into right field. Newsom, yes. The Deacon makes the catch, and that'll retire the side. There's a looper. Lance Johnson coming on. Yes! What a play by Lance Johnson! Yes! 21-year-old southpaw Wilson Alvarez in his second Major League appearance has just thrown a no-hitter.
The Rangers and Astros wrapping up the finale of this 3-game set at Minute Maid Park. First pitch coming your way in just under 6 minutes. The guys will have to call the game in just a few. And fans, they have their choice of listening experience. Simply click the gear icon in your player. Choose audio tracks to select either our primary broadcast, the Astros radio call, or as a special feature during this game only, Spanish language audio will be available on Rangers radio. Each is available on your favorite device.
Time now to get analytical with StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. So let's bring in our Sarah Langs. And Sarah, Yordan Alvarez has been money at the plate in terms of his expected batting average. What's going so right for him lately?
It seems like everything. And I know he's not playing today, but there could be a pinch hit appearance. And most nights you are seeing Yordan Alvarez just absolutely crushing it at the plate for the Astros. So as you mentioned, he leads the majors in expected batting average. Look at that difference between him and Freddie Freeman in second. So what is expected batting average? Expected batting average is based on quality of contact. So this is looking at stuff like launch angle and exit velocity, also factoring in strikeouts, and basically telling us that not only is Yordan hitting a ton of home runs, but that he should have an even higher batting average than the 295 that he actually has. And what this tells us is that he is not slowing down anytime soon, that everything he's doing is backed by underlying stats.
Yeah, and that's bad news for anybody who plays the Astros. How about Adolis Garcia? You've noticed a big improvement from him this season compared to last year. It all starts with the sweet spot, right?
It does. So last year, he was really fun rookie to watch, hit a bunch of home runs. But this year, he has the largest increase in baseball in sweet spot rate. So sweet spot rate looks specifically at launch angles, so the angle at which he's hitting the ball. And sweet spot rate tells you how often he is making what's considered ideal contact. So that's in the 8 to 32 degree launch angle zone. 8 to 32 degrees, if you can't visualize that, because I know I might not be able to just right off the top of my head, it's basically just a line drive, which is the point when you're hitting at the plate. You want to hit line drives. So what this is telling us is he's hitting a lot fewer ground balls and a lot fewer pop-ups, which is really good to see.
Well, as always, it's great to have you join us to kind of break down some of the deeper numbers of the games from an analytical perspective. So thanks so much for the time, Sarah.
Thanks so much for having me. Really appreciate it.
Oh, Sarah's the best. All right, time now for our picks to click presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Let's make some predictions on our game coming up shortly in Houston. Our first question today, over or under 6.5 strikeouts for Framber Valdez versus the Rangers. How many strikeouts will he have today?
I'm going to go with the over because, now hear me out, I know he's only averaging 6 Ks over his last 4, so that would lead you to say under maybe. I don't know. I think he's going to dominate the Rangers the way that the Astros have. And by the way, he has 5 and 7 strikeouts, respectively, in his 2 starts this season against Texas. So I don't know. I guess there you go. There's one over, one under. It's a tough call.
It's a tough call. He is in that sweet spot right around 6. I'll go with the under at 6.5 because I think he'll have 6 strikeouts on the day. Now, he did have a career high 13 strikeouts back on July 30th, so you never know. Yeah. He might go off. All right, next one. Will Corey Seager hit a home run against the Astros? He went 3 for 5 with an RBI yesterday. He has those 25 homers so far in the season, and you already mentioned it earlier in the show that he's 1 homer shy of that career high.
So yes is my answer. I don't know. I'm all about the positivity in these, so why not, right? He needs 1 more to get that career high, as you mentioned. By the way, it was back in 2016. That's what we said earlier. I mean, it's been a long time since he's had this kind of success at the plate in terms of the long ball, so why not? Give the guy some good vibes. Yes.
See, I am going no for the sheer fact that Framber Valdez is on the mound today.
That's a good point.
I think we got some poll results to get to, right?
I think we do. Let's check it out. So we asked you who you'd want to have on the mound with 1 game to win in the postseason. Do or die time?
Landslide.
I mean, we both picked JV, and the viewers did as well. How about Jacob deGrom, though, in second?
You know, he is on my fantasy team. Somebody proposed a trade for him, and I said, no.
Yeah.
But I would not pick him with 1 game to win a postseason.
I like JV, and his age age 39 season. My goodness.
We already said he's going to pitch till he's 45.
How about this guy, though? We're wishing him good luck in his second big league start. Cole Reagans and the Astros. Enjoy the game.
Well, last night was a stormy one, and in the game, it took extra innings to reach the finish line. Quick fast forward to today, no rain, but yeah, it's steamy out there, so roof closed. Please, this is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Jersey Mike's. The Texas Rangers wrap up this edition of the Lone Star Series at Minute Maid Park against the American League leading Houston Astros. And welcome inside, Scott Braun along with CJ Nitkowski, former big leaguer, does Rangers TV on a daily basis. Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube, and to you, your YouTube maiden voyage, and glad to have you here.
Yeah, a debut, much like the big league debut that we saw of Cole Reagans, his last start. It's always fun, no matter how old you are, to make your big league debut.
This guy's smooth. He takes me right to the rookie making his second start, and I'll promise everyone this, CJ. Let me know if I'm on the money here. Lots of changeups and curveballs that you'll see today. Left side, changeups. Right side, curveballs. Accurate?
Accurate, and a couple of different types of lefties when you look at Reagans and Framber Valdez. Now, Valdez, of course, considered now more of the veteran, only one start for Cole Reagans. This guy's nasty. It's not just that he has that two-seam fastball. There was a time where you looked at lefties like, oh, they got a little bit of run, they got a little bit of movement. This is a guy with a big-time fastball. You'll see it in the mid-90s with all that movement that he gets. Well, what does it result in? Ground balls. The highest ground ball rate in baseball by a wide margin of nearly 68% for Framber Valdez. It's very difficult to get the ball in the air against him. The other part of his game, though, is that he knows how to get swings and misses, and that's when he breaks out the curveball. That is what he does to finish some hitters off when he's got two strikes.
And Chris Woodward, Rangers manager, said, hey, we're going to try to lift the ball, but we've tried that in the past. It does not usually go well, so we'll see how things look for their offense. On the Astros side, we're excited to see Trey Mancini, the big bat addition for the Houston Astros, coming from the Baltimore Orioles. Great attitude, great story, and powerful bat.
Yeah, this is a really nice ad for the Houston Astros. Now, this will be his fifth start, eighth game overall with the Astros, and they get that opportunity to kind of match him up, and so they do that against the left-hander Reagans this afternoon. The OPS well over 850 over the course of his career when he's facing those lefties, but it's been a really nice run for Trey Mancini. A lot of emotion when he left Baltimore, and their Baltimore Orioles fans not too happy about it, but all they've done is play some pretty good baseball without him. Kind of amazing to see, and he's comfortable in that DH role, which becomes really important. And as sad as he was to leave, he might be pretty happy playing here in Houston as we take a look at some StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. Of course, they opened up left field at Camden Yards in a big way. Look at the difference in how it compares to where he'll be hitting here in Houston, and how many more home runs he would have had if he played all those games this season right here in Houston.
So if he sees that, is he happy or is he sad? I'm wondering, if you're looking at that and you're going, all right, well, I'm happy to be here now.
He's over it, and I think he's happy, and it was a great run in Baltimore, but he knows he's got a chance going into free agency to rack up a few more home runs.
Exactly. It might help him get some more money in the offseason. So are you a Stranger Things guy? I know it's a random transition, but what do you watch besides baseball?
I was in the beginning, and I've certainly seen Stranger Things, and it's always kind of fun because, for a guy my age, there's a lot of references to when we were kids. A really cool part of that show.
You want references for the team that you watch every day? The Texas Rangers have had a weird year. Something's going on here. It might be the world's next classic hit. Ranger Things. Upside Down World. Where is the power from Marcus Semien? But wait, everything's okay since May 28th. He looks like Marcus Semien.
And I think everybody knew it was coming, and Corey Seager is in that same position. And listen, you sign a big contract, you go to a new team. How many times have we seen it, right? There's an adjustment period there for players, and for both of these guys, some slow starts. Ranger fans may be a little bit curious what's going on. Nothing to worry about. They both have figured it out in a really big way. Both Marcus Semien and Corey Seager have hit the cover off the ball. Corey Seager is going to set a career high in home runs the next one that he hits. It's really kind of unbelievable how good he has been, and he's doing it somewhat quietly.
They spent about $500 million on those two players. There's other weird happenings, though, CJ. specifically for me, standing out is the one-run game record, which is historically bad, 6-24. What do you see in there?
It's interesting. We had this conversation a lot. There's been times recently for the Rangers where they have crushed it in one-run games, and you talk to people around the game. What do one-run games really mean if the record's not there? Is it because the bullpen is not doing well? Is it because there hasn't been clutch hitting? There's a lot of different reasons. I think when you look at that record, obviously they're not happy about it. Turn it around, and this is turning into a huge season. They haven't been able to do it, but it's just kind of one of those stranger things. Right?
Yeah, maybe they'll turn that upside down and back on its feeding again. So props to Jason Seekamp, by the way, for putting that together. He does this all year. Brilliantly done. Let's go down to Brett Dolan, who's with us today with more on Framber Valdez. Brett?
I feel like there are some elements of this Framber Valdez baseball journey that almost seem movie-like. Here was a guy who didn't start pitching until he was 16. He did not sign a big league contract until he was 21 years old for $10,000. What a steal this has been. But even since arriving in the majors in 2018 and 2019, there has been a second sequel to this journey. He walked a lot of hitters in 2018, 2019. Went back to the Dominican Republic and started working with a sports psychologist, Dr. Andy Nunez. They still speak before every start to this day. Whatever they work through has paid immediate dividends because this guy has become a bit of a postseason star. He has already appeared and pitched in 9 postseason games. He was the opening day starter this year, pitched in the All-Star game, and he was the winner. Needed 11 pitches to cruise through Soto, Machado, and Freeman. And no surprise, he got 3 ground ball outs. There's not a pitcher on this planet that gets more ground ball outs than Framber Valdez. Now, the Houston Astros might have an ace already in Justin Verlander. He could win the Cy Young, but it does feel like they have a co-ace in Framber Valdez. And Dusty Baker said before the game today, the only thing that keeps somebody from being elite is the ability to do it over several years, and Framber seems to be on that path. If nothing else, though, Scott, it does feel like this Astros team has an abundance of riches from the pitching standpoint.
Good call, Brad. Framber takes the mound in a minute, and Verlander will actually join us in the 4th inning. We're going to look at the Rangers lineup card and then first pitch time in H-Town coming at you globally on YouTube. Let's go. We're in Texas for the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Jersey Mike, Scott Braun, along with CJ Nikowski and Brett Dolan. Rangers, Astros, first pitch about a minute away. Get hyped.
I can't stop, no, I can't quit. I won't run, I won't be dismissed. No way, if I got a shot, you know I'm going for it. So tell everybody that I came to win. You know I'm taking it higher. On fire, you don't need your lighter. We rolling now, full speed on the tires. No matter what game I'm in, just know that I came to win. You know I came to win. Now listen to the crowd start roaring. I can't stop, no, I can't quit. I won't quit. I won't run, I won't be dismissed. You know if I got a shot, you know I'm going for it. So tell everybody that I came to win. You know I'm taking it higher. On fire, you don't need your lighter. You rolling now, full speed on the tires. No matter what game I'm in, just know that I came to win. You know I came to win. I came to win.
And the Rangers were victorious last night in extra innings. Astros took game 1 of the series. Rubber match going down on a Thursday afternoon on YouTube. Let's introduce Chris Woodward starting 9, brought to you by Jersey Mike's. Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. Big bucks spent for these two in the offseason. Seager leads all shortstops with 25 homers. Garcia's having a monster second half. Jonah Heim probably should have been an all-star. I'll bounce it off CJ later. Nathaniel Lowe also with a big second half of the season, and he's mic'd up. Tavares coming off a career night. Culberson, Duran, and Thompson, 3 righties against the left-hander Framber Valdez. And I loved Chris Woodward's explanation of how to beat them. It's just a matter of if they can execute that, because not many can.
And it's been a struggle for the Rangers against him. It's that power sinker. We talked about it in the open. It's not just that it moves, but it does it at high velocity, and so it becomes so difficult to get the ball in the air. And even the way that Woody kind of described it, you hope that he can figure it out. He is a ground ball machine, and that is part of the problem when you're facing Framber Valdez. Far and away the highest ground ball rate in baseball by nearly 10%. Spinning for the win. And that's where he gets his strikeouts. His curveball is really, really good. He knows how to use it, especially against the right-handed hitters. He'll throw it back foot, below the zone. It is tight, it is sharp, and it is difficult. The other part of this with him, he is split neutral. You think about a left-handed starter, say, okay, well, the righties probably do a really good job against Framber Valdez. Is there an advantage there? The answer is no. And the on-base percentage for right-handers is just an even 300 against Framber. The 219 batting average, it doesn't matter. 209 against lefties, 219 against righties. Both sides hitters have struggled to hit Framber Valdez.
That scouting report presented by Jersey Mike's. Valdez, 28 years old, 2 starts against Texas this year, 2 runs over 13 innings, and career ERA against this ball club is around 2.5. There's also a long streak riding for Valdez. Quality starts. 6 innings or more, 3 earned runs or less. He's done it in 18 consecutive outings.
It's amazing. He had a bad game against the Angels on April 19th. He gave up 6 and 4 1/3, and then that was it.
I don't even know what I had for breakfast yesterday. We're talking April, and we are underway on YouTube. Framber Valdez pours a strike in there against Marcus Semien. Yeah, think about how long ago that was to have the consistency to continue to put together quality for Houston. Okay, so what's the deal with Semien? Obviously, I'm going to quiz you throughout the day, especially on the Rangers side, as we look at the consistency for Valdez. For those that are tuning into a Rangers game for the first time this year, what changed for Semien where all of a sudden his power came back?
He started getting to the fastball, and that was a big one last year, right? He had 45 home runs with the Blue Jays, set a record for second baseman, and he did a lot of the damage on the fastball and even elevated fastball. He didn't do that damage in Oakland when he was there. It was a little bit of a slower start in that regard and getting to the heater. And if you've ever been around Marcus Semien, you know he is about as nice as a guy as you will run into in Major League Baseball. He was feeling the pressure because he wanted to please everybody, right? He wants to please his new teammates, his new fans, his new coaches, everybody involved. And I think that pressure built up a little bit. And once he was able to get kind of past that, got on a little run, we knew that you'd forget about the beginning of the season pretty quickly.
2-2. No. It's full. 45 home runs for Semien last year. 3rd place in AL MVP voting. And then signed for big bucks in the offseason. 7 years, $175 million. Only to be outdone about a day later by Corey Seager, $300+ million to join him. That one gets away too, so a leadoff walk.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the pitch arsenal for Framber Valdez and what you get from this left-hander. We talk a lot about the 2-seam fastball. He uses it a bunch, 50% of the time. The curveball is where he goes next. You'll see some changeups, some cutters. Every once in a while you get a 4-seam fastball, but really it's all about 78% of the time you are going to see a 2-seam fastball or a curveball. And that curveball this year has posted just a 151 batting average against. Tough to hit, tough to make contact with.
The pitching profile is pretty much everything you dream about when you're scouting players. Like you're talking about the ground balls, home run prevention, still picks up strikeouts, and he racks up innings. He's towards the top in the American League. In fact, if he goes what he usually does, he'll be the AL innings pitch leader by the end of the day. Seager right side, and this is going to go to second for the force and erase Semien. The fielder's choice puts Seager at first out of the ball game.
It's not an easy throw when you're a right-handed throwing first baseman the way that Yuli Gurriel is. You got to work hard to create a lane to make sure that you don't hit the runner. Now, he didn't feel like he had a lot of time, and so he went with the high throw. That is a low percentage throw, but we know that Gurriel is a really good first baseman, and he did a nice job on that throw.
Underrated first baseman Yuli Gurriel, and I was watching your game yesterday, calling Rangers Astros and talking about scoops over at first base. Lowe and Gurriel, top two in the sport at digging the baseball out of the dirt.
Yeah, and for an infielder, you love it, right? Knowing that you have a first baseman for both of these teams that can dig throws out means you know you don't have to be perfect. You can take some chances because they'll bail you out. Inside Edge does a great job of tracking those numbers. I mean, that's something you have to do manually, right? They're not picking that up on Hawkeye and putting those scoops and those scoop percentages together.
Just like a great defense can help a pitcher's ERA, a great first baseman helps everyone else's numbers on the infield. Erase a few errors. Now Adolis Garcia. Last year, fourth place in Rookie of the Year voting. The 28-year-old season as a rookie for him. Now at 29, still doing things like that, and he loves facing off against Houston. He goes deep in game one of this series to break a 4-4 tie, and that was on an 0-2 breaking ball to the Crawford boxes.
Yeah, not a good one, but it wasn't a strike either, right? It was in off the plate. He does like the ball in the softer breaking pitches, but he has seen a lot of fastballs in off the plate. That's where teams have attacked him this year. He is an extremely patient man. There's been a couple times where he's getting knocked down, where he has been hit. I've only one time seen him give a pitcher a look, and I don't think he was mad that he got hit. He was mad that he lost an RBI opportunity because he's great at driving in runs. He's been one of the best in baseball since the All-Star break, but he has gotten pounded in with a lot of heat this season after that big year that he had a year ago.
What about patience in terms of plate discipline? As we see, he's top 5 in RBIs in the American League. He's chasing Yordan Alvarez, who's sitting today, just a routine off day. But I know that was the one part of the profile last year where you're like, can he sustain this if the on-base percentage is low?
Yeah, he will expand the zone. 41% chase rate, so you're about, 9 or 10% higher than league average. And a lot of times it's the right-handers using that slider off the plate where some of the discipline will lack.
Popped up. Here comes Kyle Tucker, called off by Jose Altuve for the second out. Mixing our first YouTube creator comment too. Austin Kleschka, first baseman scooping throws, mad underrated.
Ask any infielder.
Yeah.
How good that makes them feel. And to be able to have that confidence again. If you want to try to make a great play, you don't feel like you have to be perfect. And if you have a first baseman where you're in the opposite situation, you get really tentative, and sometimes that makes those throws worse.
Right, the confidence of the rest of your infield too. I think about Paul Goldschmidt when he joined the St. Louis Cardinals and how their defense transformed. Here's Jonah Heim, first pitch, pulls it to Bregman. Sure hands over there at the hot corner. And Framber Valdez, despite the leadoff walk, gets through the first against Texas. We'll introduce the Astros starting 9 coming up. CJ, this is me before every test growing up. Just a quick cram session right before you go up and face the rookie Cole Reagans. Astros starting lineup presented by Jersey Mike's. That's Altuve we just looked at. Gurriel, Tucker the All-Star. Bregman just made the last play. Diaz swinging the bat really well so far. And Trey Mancini new to the party. Jeremy Pena, the hotshot rookie. Jake Myers is in center batting eighth. And Maldonado, the catcher, against Cole Reagans, the left-hander, making his second career start. Coming off a good one. 5 innings, 1 unearned run against the White Sox. 3 hits, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. 6'4", about 190, 200 pounds, 24 years old. And I watched that outing against Chicago. A lot of weak contact.
Yeah, did a really nice job. And I think what you'll notice, at least what we saw in that first game, was he was not afraid to throw right-handers in. And it's pretty important for a lefty, especially if you're not throwing 95 miles an hour and harder, with any kind of consistency to keep those right-handed hitters honest. He was very comfortable doing it.
I'm also not used to seeing tripling up on a changeup, maybe even 4 in a row, I think I saw at one point.
Well, there's a guy right here in Houston that put the idea of throwing multiple off-speed pitches in a row on the map when Lance McCullers Jr. threw, 24 straight breaking balls in the World Series back in 2017.
And McCullers going to make his season debut this weekend. Reagan's first pitch to Jose Altuve is a strike on the outside corner, at least according to Junior Valentine.
That might be the best news that Cole Reagan gets all day. Cole Reagan's gets is that a couple of inches on the outside part of the plate is going to be open this afternoon.
You and I have known each other for a long time, but this is our first game together. And Altuve pulls back on the bunt. That's a pretty similar location, but called outside. I keep it real, CJ. If we're missing the zone, I'm going to call it out sometimes. Hold everyone to their highest standard, including ourselves.
And umpires certainly have gotten used to that. There's been probably more criticism and available criticism throughout the online world.
And that's right. Altuve almost got hit, which we saw yesterday, first pitch of the game.
That's a breaking ball down and in. You see Jose Altuve squaring to bunt again, makes it a little bit more difficult to get out of the way. Get up, little fella. Not bad vertical there.
Creative jump. Yesterday was Glenn Otto with the fastball chin music. Now it's 3-1 to Altuve, and he probably thinks that was ball 4. 32 years old. 3 batting titles, 7-time All-Star, 2017 MVP, franchise cornerstone.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Cole Reagans and kind of the breakdown of what you can expect from him. We call him the life of the party. The fastball has some life on it. Don't be fooled by the velocity, even though it averaged 92 in that first start. And it's got some run, and it's a four-seamer with some run. He's not intimidated at all. Talked about that going up against the White Sox in a right-handed heavy lineup, and he went right at those guys, not afraid, as I mentioned, to pitch them in. And there's a great opportunity right now in Texas. The back end of the rotation, there's a lot of young starters in this system that are going to kind of battle it out for who can be part of the future.
This is a veteran lineup that will make you pay if you do that too often. A leadoff walk for Altuve.
Dig into the arsenal here. StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. I mentioned the four-seam fastball and the changeup. That's what we saw a bunch of in that first start. He does have a cutter and a curveball in there as well. You can see the location of the four-seamer for him, both sides of the plate. He does not want to be in the middle with that pitch. It averages 92 miles an hour, and that changeup sits right around 82. So you're going to get 10 miles an hour difference between the four-seam fastball and the changeup.
Yuli Gurriel in the 2 spot. And there's strike 1. So for Reagans, no pitching in 2018, 2019, and 2020. Double Tommy John surgery, and there was 14 months between the two. The first one didn't take. And then, of course, the pandemic year, so he didn't pitch in 2020. So 2021 was his first full season of pro ball.
Is that amazing for a kid that got drafted, 2016?
Yes, first round in 2016. The stuff is there. In the Jacksonville area, out of high school, 30th overall. And that's lofted to shallow right. Semien on the line. 1 away.
That's a great story of perseverance for Cole Reagan. Think about how down you could get in a situation like that. You're all excited. You're a first-round pick. You decide to sign instead of going to college, and you have all these huge dreams and all these high expectations, and you can't pitch for 3 seasons. And you're looking around, and you're watching what's going on in the game, and guys that were drafted after you getting to the big leagues, and there's no doubt that all of that weighs on you, and you can't help but question, was I given an arm that's just not going to be able to stay healthy, that I had to do a double Tommy John surgery? It can be daunting, no doubt. But he's come out on the other end of that, and he's a big leaguer now.
I would say maybe 6-7 years ago, 2 Tommy John surgeries, and we're going, I don't think it's going to work. But there's a pretty good list of alums now who have had the surgery twice and are thriving in the big leagues. That's strike 1 to Kyle Tucker. I'll give you a few names. Mike Clevenger, Nate Eovaldi, Drew Rasmussen. All looking good to me.
Yeah, but with some pretty decent space in between those Tommy Johns, as opposed to knocking it all out and both of them in one shot. Can't imagine what that would be like, going through that rehab and then saying, hey, guess what? We got to do it again.
Ball 1 to Tucker. Kyle bashed a home run last night, his 20th of the season, over the 4-man outfield. Best way to beat the 4-man outfield. We talked about Adolis Garcia and his success against Houston pitching. Same story for Kyle Tucker against Texas. I'm sure you've seen a lot of success for this young man over the last few seasons.
I'd say enough. I've seen enough. Actually,
enough.
Yeah. We're kind of over it in Arlington.
On the ground, this could be 2. There's 1, and too late over to first. So Altuve is erased. Tucker there with 2 outs.
Tough turn even in the shift. And take a look at Ezekiel Duran. You have Marcus Semien, both of them over there, and it's Duran who flips it over, so it's a fielder's choice 5-6, and just not enough time. That one kind of slowly developing. That ball was not hit hard enough to be able to turn that double play.
And Tucker can move. He's a big guy at 6'4", 6'5", but more of a glider down the line. 5-6 on the putout. On to Alex Bregman. 28-year-old streaking in the right direction the past couple weeks. And top 5 in the American League in walks. You need to be in the zone or he's going to do that all day long. He just barely bites.
He doesn't do it. He just won't chase. He's been consistent. He's got great strike zone recognition. Chase rate for Alex Bregman this year, 22%. It's always been kind of around right near the top and the best in baseball. What's kind of shocking about his season is the low numbers against lefties. He's only hitting 196 against left-handed pitching this year.
And that's a this year trend. That's not for his career.
Just one of his 13 home runs.
That's weird.
Yeah, really weird.
Those are extreme splits this season for Alex. And again, in his career, it's not the case. Four consecutive balls, and he draws a walk and bumps Tucker to second.
Yeah, he's one of those guys you can't try to shoot edges against him. He's not going to bite, and if you're not hitting the corners, you're going to fall behind. And like any big league hitter, it becomes a better one. And so you start over now with Aledmys Diaz.
And this is a hot bat too in Diaz. And the last couple of years, Dusty Baker's called him his secret weapon. And secret's out lately. Can play all over the diamond. Another streaky hitter, but he can really light it up and send the baseball a long way. 432 feet the other day in this series.
Yeah, an 0-1 changeup against Martin Perez, who's been excellent all year long. Kind of surprised everybody. It's a good pitch, changeup away, and he crushed it.
And we saw the line in the last 11 games. 2 outs, 2 on for Houston in the home first. And there goes Diaz to left. And that one is going to stop dead for Charlie Culberson. A few steps right in front of the warning track to retire Diaz and the Astros. They strand a pair in the first. No score after 1.
Welcome back to Minute Maid Park. Houston Astros general manager James Click acquired 3 players at the trading deadline and also talked to the Houston media, giving us a little insight into what the pressure he felt. He talked about trying to be better than they were 3 years ago, called it exhausting, right? To be better than the 29 other teams, also to be better than yourself as they acquired Trey Mancini, Christian Vasquez, a catcher from Boston, and Will Smith from Atlanta. You know, there is that balance, guys, between trying to continue to do things where you've been successful and not get complacent. And he talked about the word ossify. I thought that was a good one, right? Ceasing development. And what's unique is the fact that James Click is about 30 years younger than Dusty. So whether it's old school, new school, trying to be better than the other 29 teams or yourself, it's a unique dynamic. Now, Dusty just happy to be back after being in a Cleveland hotel room for 5 days. But, guys, whatever they have been doing, it has been successful. I'm curious if they could get back to yet another American League Championship Series, if not World Series, if not win Dusty's first pennant.
They certainly had the roster to do it, and it's interesting to bring up that point about getting better in an area in which you're already good. This bullpen has the lowest ERA in baseball, and they went and tried to improve that bullpen, right, by bringing in Will Smith and having a lefty. He's the lone lefty down there, which, you know, in my opinion, is a crime against humanity. You need as many lefties as you possibly can, like the way the Rangers do it with the 5 lefties that are in their bullpen right now. But you like to have one. Of course, you stay away from guys that maybe don't give you the good splits.
Aggressive Rangers offense here in the second, turning into 2 more ground ball outs for Framber Valdez. Low and then Taveras. Hey, I'm on board with you. 2 lefties in the booth right now. We only make up, what, about 10-ish% of the population, but
yeah, and I notice you write left-handed, which I do not, so I apologize in advance for that. Nice play by Alex Bregman. He's had a really nice series defensively. We know what a good third baseman he's been over the course of his career, but he looks like he is on top of his game right now in the field.
Brilliant play yesterday where the ball took a late hop away from him, still barehanded it to make the out in the middle of yesterday's game. Now Charlie Culberson, you'll load up some right-handers against the lefty Valdez. So if you look at Houston's success, last year, of course, in the World Series, same story in 2019. 2018 and 2020 made it to the ALCS. This year, tied with the Yankees for the best record in baseball. It's 71-41, and this is one reason why. 3 up, 3 down in about a minute and a half for Framber Valdez. Yeah, he's feeling it. Back in Houston, no score. Let's open up the menu. Your choice of listening experience every single week here on YouTube, and I'll take you through how to get there. Click the gear icon in your player. Choose audio tracks. You can select either primary broadcast, that's myself, CJ, and Brett, Astros radio call, or today, special feature, Spanish language audio available on Rangers radio. And all of this available on your favorite device, phone, tablet, computer, etc. Primary, though, with us, features Justin Verlander and Martin Perez later on joining us from the dugout.
Let's be honest, those are really nice options, but they're B and C.
Hey,
join us on the A team.
And the best thing that you can do, too, is say, hey, I'm here for a good time, not for a long time.
That's right. Let's hope so.
Little one-stop shop with CJ. There's Brett right behind Dusty. And new Astro Trey Mancini, as documented before this game started, this is a better ballpark for him and just about for any hitter in the league to lead Baltimore right now, especially if you're a right-handed hitter. And Trey rolls one left side for Duran, and he'll throw him out. But I go back to the first home run that he hit with his new ball club. It was to the Crawford boxes, 315 feet, and it would not have been a home run in Baltimore. So it was a quick welcome to the Astros.
Yeah, especially the new Baltimore. It's been pretty interesting to watch games at Camden Yards, but he's fit in well. And we talked in the open about Marcus Semien, Corey Seager. You go to a new team, you want to make an impression, and sometimes you get off to a slow start. That is not uncommon, even among stars in the game. Well, for Trey Mancini, he put that to bed really quickly with those 3 home runs.
Now the rookie Jeremy Pena cuts and misses on 93 from Reagan's upstairs. Blazing start for him on offense. The defense has been consistently elite all year long. He does have 15 home runs this year, tied for second best among rookies. Good AL Rookie of the Year race going on as well. There was a point where it looked like Julio Rodriguez might run away with it, held back a bit by injuries, and now you have Pena, Rodriguez, and Bobby Witt Jr., among others, but these 3 quite solid, and Pena is going to have an edge in terms of his defense versus the other 2.
It's good to see as well, right? The game is in really good hands right now. We see so many great young players.
And that's through the right side, wide open for Jeremy Pena to shoot a single.
That's to feel good for him. He had been struggling here a little bit lately, and to go against a left-handed pitcher and get something that you can handle and drive it into right field the way that he did. He had not really, even though you saw the 15 home runs this year, hasn't been driving the ball lately. It's a nice line drive base hit and a good job beating the shift.
That breaks an 0 for 19 skid for Pena. I mean, he's on pace to be about a 5-win player this year. It's wins above replacement if you're new to the stat, but that is an above average line from a first-year shortstop taking over for Carlos Correa, who did some big things for this franchise for a long time.
Yeah, he did a nice job. Not that it was his issue to worry about, but coming in and replacing one of the greats that they had here during their run and not really missing too much of a beat. You mentioned the great defense. He's shown the power, and it's been a great rookie year for Jeremy Pena. And he's an exceptional young man. If you ever had a chance to listen to an interview or talk to him, I had him on my radio show a couple of months ago, and I asked him about, he went to the University of Rhode Island, and I was like, that's kind of interesting, a star like yourself, and tell me about going to URI. And he said, well, their coach came to me when I was real young and offered me, and I stuck with the commitment. He said, as I got to my sophomore, junior years in high school, all of a sudden here came all the big schools. I commend that. He could have went to a huge SEC school if he wanted to, but he said, I made a commitment when I was younger. That coach made a commitment to me, and I thought the right thing to do was to keep it.
So he's super loyal, which to me means if I'm putting my front office hat on, I'm going long-term contract. What do you think?
He certainly fits the mold, and it's one of the things that the Astros have done so well. They had this run, they had their core, and they got a next core to mix in with, obviously, some of the guys left in Springer and Correa. But now it's Pena, now it's Tucker. They got all these young pitchers. Just when you thought maybe that window was going to close because it's hard to do it for such a long period of time, they've done a really nice job here making sure that they had the replacements available to keep this thing going.
And the rotation is ridiculous at this point, especially, and we'll get into it at some point, with Lance McCullers Jr. making his return this weekend. Last year, he was at number 1. He had a career year we're excited to see what he brings to a team that has the best record in the American League, tied with the Yankees. That one gets through. Similar spot as Pena. Back-to-back singles for the Astros 7 and 8 hitters. Jake Myers comes through.
And these are pretty unselfish at-bats you're seeing from young players. Pitches away and trying to take advantage of some room on the right side. It wasn't nearly the same shift that Pena had, but there's a lot of room there because he's on first, and Nathaniel Lowe's got to hold the runner. Not trying to do too much. What left-handed pitchers prefer that right-handed hitters do is try to pull the ball. They'd love to see you get big. They want to see you pull off pitches so you can work them away. You get those ground balls, maybe some swing and miss, some weak contact. But that's back-to-back at-bats where you saw a right-handed hitter stay on the ball and go the other way.
And now Maldonado in the 9 spot. Had a good day yesterday at the plate. Reached base in his first 3 plate appearances. Single, hit by pitch, walk. He's had 11 home runs on the season. You know, I always think about when I was watching yesterday, the walk and the hit by pitch, the World Series last year when he drew the bases loaded, 5-pitch walk, game 5. It helped force a game 6. He was crowding the plate against A.J. Minter. It was just excellent gamesmanship and strategy that turned into success for his team, at least in that game.
And I think that's what kind of made the Vasquez acquisition a little bit interesting for Dusty Baker. He was almost caught off guard, it seemed like, with his comments. And he said, right, I got a guy that does a really good job for me and has done a really good job for me for an off-the-season opportunity, as we just talked about and Brett mentioned, getting better in an area in which you're already strong, right? And so they bring in Vasquez to work with Maldonado, and they feel like they can get more out of that position by having 2 really good players, as opposed to maybe Maldonado taking on a little bit more. So not an easy thing to do. Maybe it wasn't an easy sell. I think Dusty will be okay with it, though.
Agreed. More depth. And, hey, injuries happen. And if they did, you're in really good shape with your backup. And there he goes to left. Maldonado has a 3-run bomb. 12th of the season. It's 3-0 Houston.
We showed you that hard hit rate and how that has jumped by 10%, biggest increase in the big leagues. And even though the batting average is down, the power is still there for Martin Maldonado. 12th home run of the season for the Astros catcher. And take a look at the pitch from Cole Reagan. It's just too much of the plate. Jonah Heim wants that ball away on the corner. Looked like it might have cut back a little bit on him and right in the middle. And Martin Maldonado makes him pay.
And back to the top with Altuve, who walked first time up. It's coming off the mound visit, too, with this pitch.
Yeah, see that cut back at 91, that fastball that they prefer to stay on the outside corner, maybe move a little bit. Anything that cuts from a lefty, you definitely do not want it in the middle of the plate. In off the plate or you backdoor.
In the nitro zone for Martin Maldonado. That's the thing. The power's been there for Maldi this year. All of a sudden, you're looking at a catching tandem that is a major strength.
And you can't do everything, right? I mean, if you do everything as a catcher, you're a superstar, right? You're JT Realmuto. There are so few. Wilson Contreras. We know he's a good receiver. He throws pretty well. He's closer to league average on his throwing this year, throwing out potential base stealers. Not hitting for average, but giving you power. Giving you power and a guy that can catch, that's enough. I'll take 2 out of 3 all day long.
Strike 1 to Altuve. What do you think about Reagan so far? Of course, coming off the home run ball, but it does seem like he's nibbling a little bit against Houston. Is he nibbling or is he missing spots?
Well, perhaps trying to be a little bit perfect, right? He comes off facing the White Sox, who are a tough lineup. Another one here in the Astros.
Yeah, that was hit hard off the bat of Altuve, but Culberson is there. We're seeing much harder contact for Houston today versus start number 1 for Reagan's against the White Sox.
And one of the numbers that I like that we can track, strike percentage is one thing, right? When you get, obviously the total strike percentage, but that means how many times does a guy go out of the zone, how many foul balls. They don't necessarily have to be strikes, but in zone percentage, I find a pretty interesting number. In baseball, it's 40%. That means 6 out of 10 pitches on average are outside of the strike zone. And so looking at Cole Reagans in his first start, he was at 30%. So 7 out of 10 were actually out of the strike zone, and he's right around that number so far here this afternoon. And so he just got to get, those ones that are just missing need to be on the corners a little bit more. It's asking a lot to tell a guy you got to live on the corners, but I think he understands that outer third, inner third is where he can make his money, where he can be most successful.
And he did issue 4 free passes in that first start. We've seen a couple walks back in the first, and now 3 hits for Houston in the second. I think the key with a team like this, and I would say one of the primary differences between this offense and the White Sox, is that they're going to swing at pitches in the zone. White Sox are a little less patient of a ball club. Houston's had a really solid approach at the plate with their lineup for quite a few years now.
That's a great point, because you think about a pitcher like this and go back in history, and I think Tom Glavine's always that lefty example that we use of a guy who lived around the edges, was never going to give in. He's going to give you that 3-1 changeup if you wanted to, and it might be 3 or 4 inches off the plate. He was perfectly comfortable doing it and counting on teams to be aggressive. The ones that could lay off those pitches, those are the ones you're going to have a harder time with. You're going to fall behind and put them in pretty good hitters counts.
Now full count to Gurriel. He popped out to Semien in the first. Down season for Gurriel at the plate. And there he goes to left center, gives it a ride on its way back, and it'll skip up against the wall. Gurriel's got himself a 2-out double. Attack mode for Houston in the second.
Well, Gurriel has not had a great season offensively after having a great year in 2021, but full count opportunity, another pitch in the middle of the plate, and a pretty good looking swing from the Astros first baseman. I think he might have thought he got it at first, then realized he's going to have to run that one out.
32nd double of the season for Gurriel. Batting title winner last year in the AL. Number 3 in the American League in that category. And there are not many breaks in this lineup, and that's a lineup without Yordan Alvarez today, just because he's got a routine day off. They wanted it to be Sunday. Tucker was missing some time, so they bumped up his off day to Thursday. So far doing just fine without him. And that's a strike to Tucker. That's the curveball.
I'd say this too. You talk about this lineup, and it is deep. It's relentless. That you think, okay, if I got a breather at all, it'd be at the bottom.
Yeah.
Those guys are 3 for 3 with 2 singles and a homer right now in your 7, 8, 9 spots.
That's a pretty good curveball from Reagans, who said he's been working on that pitch more than any other when he was down in AAA. I mean, they're on the fastball, so we'll see if he changes the strategy.
Yeah, not a bad idea at all, especially against a guy like Tucker, who has been so good, to maybe try to pitch him backwards, start off with the off-speed curveball cutter, try to get ahead that way, and maybe finish him off with a fastball.
There's the heat. Back to the 20th home run of the season last night for Kyle Tucker. Middle. He was all over that changeup.
Yeah, he sure was. And as I mentioned, this guy's a good hitter. No two ways about it. He's very quietly become one of the better hitters in this lineup. We focus so much on Altuve and Bregman and Yordan Alvarez. So this guy, another kind of piece of the future that they've done a really nice job developing.
My favorite part about that homer yesterday, pitch before, he was going for a bunt base hit through the open left side. Like the next result a little bit better. He fouled that pitch off and then turned the next offering into a homer. You can see the production against left-handed pitching this year for Kyle as a lefty swinger too.
done a nice job when he's gotten these opportunities and the ability to drive in runs.
Lifted to left, Culberson on it. But a big inning for Houston in the second. Martin Maldonado, think big. Pulls that one to left and puts Houston out in front in the second. It's 3-0 Astros through 2. What a season it's been for Rangers ace Martin Perez, who dealt his third career shutout May 20th actually in this ballpark. And you can see he's been in the league for a while. Rangers #2 prospect back in 2011, first 7 seasons with this ball club. And he is really happy to be back with Texas and an all-star this year. The Jersey Mike's interview. Joining us right now, Martin Perez. Hey, we appreciate the time, Martin. How you doing today?
Good, man. Just watching the game and talking with the guy here in the dugout, but trying to win this game.
And of course, if you're with us on a weekly basis on YouTube, if you have questions for Martin in the live chat, let us know and we'll relay some of them to Martin. Always an enjoyable interview. So tell us, what's been your favorite part of the 2022 season? What's, if the season ends today, one thing that you'll remember more than anything else?
I'm gonna remember the complete game that I throw here in this field. That I just told basically my third base coach, and he told me 3 days before the game, hey Martin, I gotta go to Houston, and I'm gonna go to the doctor and gonna check make sure everything is good with the problem that I have. So hopefully he gave me a good news, and I told him, hey B, I'm gonna have a good game, and I'm gonna give the ball after the game to you, and just come here and throw a complete game, and I give the ball to him, and I told him, hey, I told you this is gonna be a good day for us, and here is the balls, and I think that is one of the days that I'm never gonna forget.
Safe at first is Ezekiel Duran, and kind of caught in the middle was Gurriel. Do I beat him in a foot race? He didn't think he was going to, and then a late lob to Valdez. So it's an infield knock for the rookie.
Yeah, what a special time that was, Martin, because, of course, Tony Beasley ends up being 6 years cancer-free. You guys have a really great relationship, but the idea that you would promise him that against the Astros, like, it's one thing if maybe you were playing a team that wasn't nearly as good, but to make that promise and to capitalize on that promise, it was an unbelievable game. We only see about one shutout against the Astros a year. I mean, that was no easy task. You took on the biggest challenge you possibly could and made that commitment to Tony Beasley. I mean, is there a part of you going, well, it is the Astros?
Yeah,
Can I really deliver my best game?
Yeah, nothing is impossible. I think, like 4 or 5 minutes ago, I was talking with the guy, and I told him, hey, when you control your pitches and you throw anything that you want in the strike zone, you're going to have a chance to win the game most of the time. So that's what I like to do, especially with a good team like Houston's. So they got a good lineup, and, they got me 2 days ago, but that's part of the game. But, I think you have to have the focus always, no matter what. And when I was in that game, I just trying to hit my spot and get out of the inning quick, and we try a complete game.
And that's the thing that really jumps out compared to when you were here earlier. I don't know if there's a pitcher in baseball that hits his spots more than you have this year. The consistency has been incredible. It's fun to watch. Ranger fans certainly have enjoyed it. Tell us how you had gotten to that point after a couple of years away from this organization. You get here in this year, and it's been absolute dominance when it comes to hitting location.
Yeah, I think I was at home in Venezuela, and we have the lockout, and I have no job, and I wake up around 6 a.m. to start doing my workout, and I say to myself, hey, you can do it. I mean, you've been in a process and you learn a lot, so just prepare yourself, prepare your mind, throw the pitches where you want it, and you're gonna have a good game, and it's gonna be a good year. And bro, I remember that I started throwing my bullpens, and I just trying to hit one spot, and that day on my bullpen just trying to work on my fastball in, and then next bullpen just trying to work on my fastball weight, like trying to go step by step, trying to learn how to hit my spot every time, and that's what I bring here. Every time when I come to the mound, I just trying to hit my spot, don't trying to miss or to leave nothing in the middle, because that is when you're gonna get paid. So and just not trying to do too much, just make it easy and try less, and you're gonna have good results and good games.
And now we're going to have some extra time with Martin as Dusty's talking things over. Just a quick look there at the hit by pitch for Bubba Thompson, but the Astros side thinks it's a foul ball.
What's interesting here, we'll listen to this first.
Houston is challenging the ruling on the field that the batter was hit by the pitch. The previous play is under review.
So I think there's an outside chance here that Chris Woodward doesn't seem too angry right now, but the amount of time that passed before they decided to challenge, you essentially get 20 seconds from the end of the play. So as soon as this happens right here, and it does look like it hit the knob of the bat, the clock starts. And it's 20 seconds, and you have 10 to actually, kind of hold them up and let them know if you're considering it. And then you have a total of 20 to make that decision. That was way longer than 20 seconds. So I'd love to get an explanation on that and how they were allowed to challenge it based on how much time passed by. Maybe it's a Legends exemption for Dusty.
If it gets overturned, right, that's a good call. If it gets overturned, Woody might come out here and have a few words as well. I'll take it, though, because we have more time to chat with Martin. Martin, great news. Many questions coming in from fans right now. Let's start with Callie. Funniest teammate you've ever been around?
I have a lot, man. I think funniest teammate I ever had, Carlos Gomez.
That's a good one.
Yeah, he's always happy, and he never.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. The batter was hit by the pitch and is awarded first base.
I will say the review decision came quite quickly.
Yeah,
CJ. I thought that was going to take a while.
All of that was amazing right there. It seemed like it took too long. It looked like the ball hit the bat, and apparently we don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
The only thing I know how to do is relay questions from the live chat over to Martin. So let's move to the next one, as there's 2 on now to start the third inning for Texas. Duran and Thompson. A lot of success from both lineups towards the bottom of each side. We saw Maldonado with the home run, the 3-run blast, and now Duran and Thompson aboard for Semien. Here is a question from Seager fan. What pitcher did you look up to?
I was watching Johan Santana. I was watching Royal Clement, Pedro Martinez, Felix Hernandez. Those guys I really watch a lot. And I don't really watch Randy Johnson. He was too big. He threw too hard, and I don't have that kind of abilities.
Not your style.
Yeah.
Let me get one more from, I don't even know how to say this, 1X whatever. What does he think of the opposite pitcher, Framber, and the All-Star season that he is having? And did you get to spend any time with him at the All-Star game?
Yeah, we talk a lot. I mean, we are good friends, and we have the same agency, like we have the same agent, we've been talking a lot from phone and everything, and he got amazing talent, man. I mean, I like the way that he throws his two-seamer. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, he likes to compete, and he never give up. So he's a good pitcher. So he's one of my friends.
So you mentioned Johan Santana, another left-hander with an incredible changeup. You have a pretty good changeup yourself, and you mentioned watching him. Was that something that you kind of studied and wanted to pattern your game after?
Yeah, the way that he throw the ball, like how he moved the ball in the play is amazing. Like Johan was one of the pitchers that I always watch, because the way that he enjoyed the game, the way that he compete, that's what I got, and that's what I'm trying to do. So he never, not every time he miss in the strike zone, so you're just trying to throw the balls in the corner or up and down. But I have a chance to talk to him when I was in Minnesota one year, and I told him, hey, Johan, I want to know how you throw your changeup. And he was like, Martin, what are you talking about? Your change is kind of like my changeup. You don't need another one. You're really good, so you'll be fine. And he's a funny guy, and he's a really good person.
That is strike 3 on Semien. That looked like it climbed the ladder a little too far, but he's heading back to the dugout on this, CJ.
Wow, that is definitely up. Marcus Semien knows the strike zone well, and no doubt some real frustration with that call. Wow.
Corey Seager's going to dig in next. We're going to go over to Brett Dolan, who has a quick question for you after we look at the sinker here. Whoa, hello. Told you we keep it real on YouTube.
That's a big call.
I'm gonna watch in the iPad.
Yes, you look back at that one and let us know, but we can tell you from our eyes, it looked up. Brett, take it away.
I think Martin would like to have that pitch. Martin, there have been a lot of people in Texas that have been touched by you putting 4 Uvalde on your hat to recognize the shooting victims during your starts. Is that something that you intend to do the remainder of the year?
Yes. After we see everything happen in your body, I just decide to write a name on my hat and trying to have a good game and dedicate that game to those kids who they live from this world. But that was really hard for us, man. I mean, because I have kids too, so they got to do something. And I mean, there's too many things with the guns and how the people use it and how they can go to a store and buy a gun and they can do whatever they want to do. So I'm not agree with that, but I think the government have to do something better to control a little bit more the gun stuff and everything.
And Martin, I know there's, like Brett said, many people that really appreciate you wearing that on your hat every time you go out there for a start. 2 on still and 2 outs now after Valdez picks up back-to-back strikeouts of Semien and Seager. One looking, and now this one swinging. That's number 3 on the afternoon for him. So we'll look at it again, and I'll shoot you another question. Martin Kim asking, what's your favorite MLB ballpark?
My favorite.
Besides, I got to throw this in. I'm going to help Kim out. Besides your home ballpark.
Okay. I really like Seattle, and I like Boston Stadium. That is a good stadium too. So have a lot of history on that field. So I think those 2 stadiums, I really like it.
Martin, you mentioned as now you're kind of an older guy creeping up on 10 years of service time here. It seems like in a few days you'll get there, that you kind of like mentoring the younger players and especially the younger pitchers. And you get a lefty in Cole Reagans. A lot of their younger pitchers have been right-handed so far. I know it's early, but how have the conversations gone with you and this young lefty on the mound this afternoon?
Good. I was trying to bring to him a lot of energy and a lot of positive comments, and I told him, hey, this is the same game, nothing has changed. And of course you're gonna face better hitters, but it's the same ball, so don't try to do too much. Just make it easy and trying to enjoy the game, because I think when we come up and we're trying to do a lot is when you're not gonna get what you're looking for. And and I told him, hey, I'm open for everything. Any question you have, I'll be for you. And just trying to help him to feel comfortable here.
Martin, we always appreciate the time. Really enjoyed it with you. We'll see what your teammate Jonah Heim does right now with the bags full. Thanks for joining us.
Yep.
And good luck the rest of the way. Okay?
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
We appreciate you. The All-Star, Martin Perez, and his battery mate, Jonah Heim, licking his chops right now with 2 outs here against Valdez. Takes the first pitch low. Bases loaded here for Texas and a chance to play comeback, trailing 3-0.
And that's something you'll see very often. Marcus Semien, Corey Seager striking out in back-to-back at-bats. And, of course, you can argue whether or not Semien actually struck out. And that pitch is above the strike zone. But nevertheless, it is 2 strikeouts in the scorebook. And, again, I don't think you'll see it too often. Not with big RBI opportunities against a left-hander like Valdez, who's good. But they usually seem to find a way against that good pitching.
1 career grand slam for Jonah Heim. Also, some credit to Jeremy Pena on that infield single for Garcia to not make a throw that could have turned ugly and ended up costing a run or 2. He wasn't going to get Garcia with the speed down the line.
Nope, and I think it speaks to the maturity of a young player that understands that.
Heim gives it a ride right central, and Myers will line it up. And they'll sit down the Rangers, who strand the runners. Bags full. Framber Valdez coming through in the clutch. Strikes out Semien. Then Seager. And the fly ball out to wrap up the 3rd. Nathaniel Lowe manning first base on a daily basis for the Texas Rangers. Today's a special one because he's mic'd up.
Needed that one?
Yeah, I needed the ball, but he didn't give it.
Why, bro? No, you want to hit, not that. Yeah. You ever worn a mic? You get a hit? Yeah, all right.
Maybe he's new to this thing.
He's not new to talking.
No.
Because he's got big personality, one of the best on the club, and when runners get to first base, we're kind of always looking over at Nathaniel Lowe, and he's striking up a conversation, and he's all the way in. But he's a fun guy. He's been a great ad for the Rangers.
First pitch popped up out of play by Bregman. You know, I also wonder how many quiet first basemen are really out there anyway. It would get kind of awkward if you're not a talker over there, even just a little small talk at times.
It's a lot of opportunities where you're over there standing next to other big leaguers, and you'd like to think that the guys over there generally are friendly, but he has a lot of fun with it, and he's really taken full advantage. He wasn't getting that opportunity in Tampa to play every day. They didn't think he could hit lefties. He has since proven that he can, and he hits the ball all over the place. He's one of the best in baseball when it comes to the opposite field base hits, but he also has big power. He hit a bomb the other day at Globe Life Field, 452 feet, so he's got some thump in that bat as well.
Best OPS against left-handed pitching this season of anyone.
How about that?
920.
After being basically labeled as a guy who can't hit lefties.
That's wild. Some guys get labeled early, and it sticks, and others look at it and use it as motivation. You want motivation? Alex Bregman wearing number 2. I don't think he's still over getting passed in 2018 at number 1. Out of LSU, always reminding himself, one team passed him. Let's go down to Brett.
Hey guys, the Texas Rangers were predicted to be right in that 75 to 80 win plateau. I'm sure their expectations were to be at 500 or above. Things have not quite worked out in that manner this year at 49 and 61. It might call into question a little bit about Chris Woodward and his status going forward. CJ, I thought he was very forthcoming today, talking about this team just trying to get better. Heartache builds toughness. Some of the sleepless nights they've had to get over the hump. I know it's not an easy division with this Houston Astros team at the top. What have you seen from this club over the last couple of months that gives you optimism that they can continue to improve over the next 2 months?
Well, for Chris Woodward, first of all, this has probably been the best roster he's had to work with so far. That's been part of the challenge when you go through a rebuild. Last year, everybody kind of knew what was coming, and so you're out there teaching. You're trying to get young players comfortable.
Aledmys Diaz will fly out to center, and Bregman's back to first.
But there's a couple of things that stick out. One, that man right there in center field in Leody Taveras, and the development and the opportunity once it came. In spring training, they set him down, but they said, and they told the media this too, we want this guy to capture the center field job. He's got all the tools in the world. They're just looking for that consistency. He goes to the minor leagues, starts to hit, starts to do the things that Woody and the other coaches asked him to work on. One of those has been his ability to get to the high fastball. He's revamped his swing a little bit. He's gotten a lot better in that regard. He's an elite level center fielder. He's got a great arm. He's got great speed. And now those other things are coming around. So I think that's a kind of tip of the cap to the coaching staff and to Chris Woodward and the job that they have done with him. They also got some nice kind of built-in leaders with Marcus Semien, Corey Seager. They haven't had that in the past. There's been a lot of turnover these last couple of seasons. But I mentioned Nathaniel Lowe, another guy. There's been improvement around the diamond with the Rangers, and I think Chris Woodward and the entire coaching staff deserves a lot of credit for that.
So let's pop up the poll question. How do you view the Rangers' performance this season? And I'm sure there'll be comments too. I'll read a few of them off later. 3 options: overachieved, underachieved, what I expected. This Texas team checking in at 49 and 61. Now, of course, they're 21 games back of first place Houston. The Astros are a juggernaut there, in their prime window, which has been going on for a while now. Texas building themselves back up. I don't think most had the Rangers as a playoff club in 2022. Maybe more thinking about next year and the year after, as starting to get back into the contender category as Mancini flies out to left. So I'll pick, you pick 2.
Yeah.
For me, what I expected from this ball club. They were 500-ish for a while. They've dipped off a bit. I think some of that has to do with pitching depth, which you still need to build up, and there's a lot of good pitching coming up in the minor leagues. But this seems pretty status quo for where Texas is at. They're not going to be a 110-loss team either.
No, that would be a huge disappointment and a huge underachievement. I'll put them in between kind of as expected and maybe slightly underachieving, because Chris Woodward comes in with a different attitude, right? They don't care what people say on the outside. They look at their team. They look at the investment that was made, not just the 2 guys up the middle, but John Gray as well. And when he has been healthy, he has been really good. Unfortunately, he's been on the IL a couple of times, and that has slowed him down. The other thing is the development of the bullpen is probably better than expected. Brock Burke, maybe the best reliever in the American League that people don't talk about. He has been unbelievable. Matt Moore is having a huge season. But it's the one-run games that we talked about in the open. I know it's not as simple as that, but you look at those numbers and you say, well, if they were just a little bit better, completely flipping them is probably asking a lot. But if there was a marketable improvement there, you are looking at a much better record and a team that feels like they'd have a chance to get to the postseason.
102 losses last year. They're not going to get to that mark this year, and they're not going to finish in last. Not most likely. That was the first non-changeup from Reagans in a while. Before that pitch, 7 of 8 changeups. And that's what we saw a lot of in his first start. I didn't see as many. I don't know exactly on the changeup count here. We'll get you a number at some point. This is pitch number 64 of the day, and it's fouled back off the bat of Pena, who singled and scored back in the second. I really like the changeup that he's got, and that's where you get the Cole Hamels comparison and also the fearlessness to use it often.
Yeah, and you have to have that as a lefty, as you mentioned right there. 3 out of the 4 so far in this at bat. I'm looking at 18 of those pitches as changeups so far. So now all of a sudden we're seeing a bunch more here, especially as he's gone through this order second time through and get to this part of the lineup where you're seeing all these righties 4 through 9 and guys that had some pretty good at-bats against him.
About a quarter of his pitches have been changeups, but most of those are coming now in the last 10 minutes. Two. Good stop by Heim.
There's that breaking ball, that strike to ball, the one in the dirt. It's a strike most of the way. You're trying to get that swing. It's got some pretty good depth to it. But Pena able to recognize it and lay off.
He's been working on two things in the minors this year. I mentioned the curveball, and then also he started the year with a slider. He changed that to the cutter, and it's been working for him. Weekly right side, cleaned up by Lowe, and that's a scoreless third. Bouncing back is Cole Reagans after serving up the home run ball in the second. 3-0, Houston through 3. Climbing into the fourth inning at Minute Maid Park. Back to the third for a moment, though, CJ, where Framber Valdez wiggled in and out of trouble and showed why he is who he is as a pitcher.
Yeah, maybe an unusual call didn't get turned over as far as the hit by pitch, but he strikes out Marcus Semien, breaking balls to Corey Seager, and then Jonah Heim put a pretty good swing on this one, but not enough. And so Framber Valdez, after a couple of runners got on, he was able to get out of it. 2 base hits and a hit by pitch, but nothing across for the Rangers.
Yeah, and so maybe he didn't get the call on the hit by pitch, but definitely got the call on the strike 3 to Marcus Semien to get himself back on track. Now going up against Lowe, Taveras, and Culberson in the fourth.
I don't know if he called a foul ball, or if he said he went on that one. Nathaniel having a conversation with the home plate umpire, Junior Valentine. Either way, it's a strike.
It is a strike. That we know. Lowe bounced out in the second. Somewhat typical Framber Valdez start so far. Extremely difficult for opposing offenses to lift the baseball. There it is again. Gurriel for a moment thought it would be Framber, ends up taking it himself. He had a slow break on one of the infield knocks in the third, so we see it again. And I think Gurriel is giving him a look like, hey, you going to cover this back, or is it all me?
I mean, are you going to make the 38-year-old first baseman run really hard to get to the bag right in front of Nathaniel Lowe? It's a nice play. We talk about the great defense that you get when we talk about the scoops, but you're right. You see a little pause right there. He's expecting the younger pitcher to be there. But as you mentioned, a couple of times where he's been a little bit slow getting over to first base.
And now Taveras. Well, also, Valdez should be used to it because 2/3 of the time on a batted ball, it's a ground ball.
Watch this right here. Okay, I guess I'm going. Anybody else besides Nathaniel Lowe running, and that's probably an infield hit.
It's true. Chris Woodward this morning did point out to us that Valdez is not an elite fielder. Oh, that's right to Gurriel. Think fast. For out number 2.
And what that means is there's opportunity potentially to take advantage of that, whether it means some fun hits. Seen it in the past, put him in a bad position. Now, the downside, of course, Bregman's an excellent third baseman. But if you can make him field some balls to get a runner in scoring position, want to bunt him over, I know we don't see it a ton. But if you know the pitcher's not a great defender, perhaps you try to take advantage of that in a couple different ways.
Yeah, it's really just Valdez because, like you mentioned, Bregman's great. So is Pena. He has Gold Glove potential. And then on the right side, you have 2 Gold Glovers in Altuve and Gurriel. Left side. And Pena, strong throw to put away the Rangers in the 4th. A line out and a couple ground ball outs in an 8-pitch 4th inning from Valdez. Some of the AL's finest on the mound this year. Let's have a look. One of them pitched yesterday for the Houston Astros. Justin Verlander, Dylan Cease, Shane McClanahan having a brilliant year, Alek Manoah, Martin Perez, who we just spoke to here on YouTube. Want to bring in another stud, CJ? Let's do it. Jersey Mike's interview. Justin Verlander joining us live right now. JV, we really appreciate the time. Always great to chat. I want to start this way. How much fun are you having this year?
A lot of fun, man. You know, being away from the game for, you know, almost 2 years. Granted, it was great to spend time with my family, but, you know, to be back and be having success and fall back into the routine of the game, which I still love, it's been wonderful.
And you're starting to get that Tom Brady comp. The ability to do it at the level that you're doing it, and not to pick on you at all, but the age. I mean, we're astonished at what you're doing. And we heard a lot of different things about how long you really want to continue doing this. Is there a goal in mind? Is there a number and say, I want to pitch until this age?
You know, I guess I haven't set a particular number. I mean, 45 is a nice round number. But, you know, for me, I think the way I look at it is there will be no stone unturned to allow me to have success for as long as possible. And however long that carries me is how long it carries me. You know, I guess Tom Brady's a great comp, a huge fan of his and his work ethic and everything. So I don't know. We'll just see where it carries me.
Well, now, Justin, CJ has me curious if you've ever spoken to Tom. Just like some of the great coaches across sports will be excited, right? You might have a great NBA coach like Greg Popovich who's excited to talk to Bill Belichick. Any combos in life with Brady?
Actually, yeah. Talked to him a little bit this past offseason at a golf course one day, and got to pick his brain just a little bit. But definitely want to proceed further with that conversation. It was a little bit brief, and ended up getting his phone number. So I plan on, when the timing's right, kind of talking to him a little bit. I feel like my routine thus far has been great, and he might have some advice on things I can add in. You know, it's an interesting dynamic because what he does and what I do are you know, it seems so similar with throwing, but it's I feel like it's quite a bit different where, you know, he has a lot of feel passes and touch passes, and in baseball, obviously, I have to throw almost every throw at 100%, and every mile an hour I lose is directly correlated with the hitter's success. So some of the stuff that he does is more for his mobility and just being able to move and have feel and touch, where I have to be a little bit more explosive, I feel like, every 5 days. So, but there are some stuff that can carry over that I think he can help me with a lot.
Well, you're certainly not a thumber just yet, as that fastball is sitting at 95 miles an hour, which is incredible. And it seems to me, as we watch you, how you use it, elevated in the zone, and these pop-ups and the weak contact that you get is fascinating. Tell us a little bit about the fastball over the years and maybe where it is now, velo, and how you like to use it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, one of the things when I first got to Houston, you know, everybody asked what changed or what advice they had, and really it was pretty simplistic. You know, the analytic department and I sat down, and they basically said, okay, here's your 2-seam and here's your 4-seam. Your 2-seam is pretty average, and your 4-seam is one of the best in the world. So use that more and use the other one less. And that was a pretty easy thing for me to adapt to. So I just started using the 4-seam more. My 4-seam naturally wants to go up in the zone because it has some good, you know, true backspin on it and likes to ride. So throwing up in the zone seemed pretty easy to me. And you know, the weak pop, besides the strikeout, you know, infield pop-ups and weak pop-ups are the second best result you can have as a pitcher. Not much damage is done there. You know, I think it's just an approach that I was able to adapt to pretty quickly and have had success doing so. And, you know, the league is starting to adjust to 4 seams up. So, you know, that's something that I'm noticing and I'm always aware of. And, you know, the constant ebb and flow of guys adjusting and me having to adjust back.
I've got a few questions from those in the YouTube chat. Let's start with Dez. What was one of the best things and or foods that you found in H-Town that you couldn't find in Detroit? Anything special here?
I like Nancy's Hustle's burger.
Nice.
Yeah.
What about, on the same line, KSG said, what do you eat before a start? Do you have the same thing going, or it doesn't really matter?
Oh, let's go.
Altuve pulls that one foul.
It depends on how things are going. I usually stick to the same routine. On the road, it's a cheeseburger. Here at home, you know, sometimes cheeseburger, sometimes it's a different type of sandwich, but it's usually in the same kind of realm.
So you mentioned ebb and flow of the game. I'm curious for you, does that include elevated sliders? Shohei Ohtani seems to be doing this on purpose. That's like maybe the latest trend as we try to watch and figure it out. Is there an intentional slider in your game that's up in the zone?
No. No, there's not. You know, those guys, I think they kind of throw this like sweepy, kind of like you're underneath it and kind of cut across it, and it's just kind of like upshoot. They call it like an upshoot slider cutter type thing. As with my release, I don't have the ability to throw that pitch. I'm not even going to try.
I like what you're doing, so stick to it.
Appreciate it.
Quick inning there from Reagan's. Hey, JB, thank you so much for the time.
Yeah.
Good luck the rest of the way,
Thanks for
okay?
having me, guys. Appreciate it. Good talking to you.
Same here. Justin Verlander live with us as Reagan's sits down the side in order. 3-0 Astros through 4 at Minute Maid. Creator Spotlight time, highlighting a YouTube creator each week. Shout out to Fireball Review, who features baseball news, vlogs from stadiums, predictions. Say hey to Jimmy in the chat. 46,000 subscribers, tons of views, and a lot of fun. And I think he asked a question earlier that we'll probably get to post-game with our Curious Creators segment. Stay tuned. Framber Valdez working through the 5th inning now against Texas. 8-9-1 due up. And let's put a lid on this poll question. How do you view the Rangers' performance this season? The winner, what I expected. I picked out a few comments, too, in the live chat. I'll give you in a moment. After this pitch to Duran, that's the curveball in there for strike one. So Daniel said, overachieved because they needed to fix the pitching staff, and they didn't do it. Andrew Hoffman goes, spending $500 million on your middle infield, not making the playoffs. Extreme underachievement. You spend money to win. That one's queued up for Bregman to throw out Duran. So my counter to those comments, which go against the majority, which said what I expected, is this is a long play with those signings. Those weren't one-year deals.
No, definitely not. 10 years and 7, Seager and Simeon. John Gray on a multi-year deal. They got good production and have gotten it from the top of the rotation. About 3 years ago, everyone that followed this organization understood that all the pitching prospects were at the lower levels, and so it was going to take a little while. And it's starting to happen now. And now, Jack Leiter last year as your first pick, Kumar Rocker and Brock Porter as your first 2 picks, 1st and 4th round. And you may not say, well, 4th round, who cares? It's a special arm that they got, one of the best high school pitching prospects in the draft. So they are flooded right now with pitching prospects, and they're working through it and figuring out exactly where they're going to go over these, this next season, quite honestly, and then beyond. They got to figure out who are the guys that are going to stick, which guys they may trade. I know fans don't want to hear that part, but the reality is they have a commodity right now that runs very deep in pitching that they'll use to make this roster competitive pretty quickly. And even, you see the kind of spending that you saw last year, they didn't max out, which is almost shocking to believe. But take a look at what's going on here, and we talk about what is in this system right now. Jack Leiter, number 2 overall. Kumar Rocker, number 3 last year. You're seeing names like Coleman. Owen White is a really good story, and he ends up being a top 100. But Brock Porter, to me, is maybe the most fascinating of the group, because I think the rest of baseball thought he was headed to Clemson.
That's a really strong list. And a great pitch from Valdez. Pick up the strikeout of Thompson. 2 down quickly in the 5th.
So I do not have permission to speak on the finances of the Texas Rangers, but I read what other people read, just kind of naturally, not that anybody's told me anything, but it seems like there is a good amount of room still to spend on an AAV and an AAV number to continue to improve this team. And they'll be back at it again this offseason. There's some pretty decent pitchers that are out there, and don't be surprised to see the Texas Rangers involved in those conversations.
I didn't expect them to be a playoff team this year, but this is solid progress, especially when you look up. And there's Simeon putting one in the air for Diaz to call off Myers and sit down the side. Quick inning there in the 5th for Valdez. And my point on Texas, this is a team that is making progress. Look at the lineup last year versus this year. I'll give you a chance just for a minute here to Google it, and then we'll come back with the bottom of the 5th. 2-3-4 coming through for the Astros in the fifth. But first, Nathaniel Lowe mic'd up.
Whoa. Come on, Zeke. Let's do it. Hey, is there anything you'd like to say? Game brain. Come on, Woody. Come on, Zeros. Let's go, boys.
Game brain. I like that.
Always having fun, Nathaniel Lowe. In the dugout, no matter what's going on.
Sound effect specialist, too. There's Gurriel going the other way. Into right. A double and a single now for Yuli this afternoon.
We talked about some of the struggles for him this year compared to a year ago, but a couple of hits as you just mentioned, and perhaps Gurriel hitting in this spot in the lineup. Not a bad place to hit between Altuve and Kyle Tucker. Maybe that turns into more opportunities on pitches inside the strike zone to get the season turned around.
I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being a force in the postseason, too. I don't see the bat speed slowing down much yet for Yuli. Maybe some of it was unlucky and just your average slump in the first half as well. The hit tool is still very much there.
What he'll get is the guy that you sit there and you identify a lineup, and this is a tough lineup, it runs deep, and say, okay, don't let this guy beat you. He won't be that guy because of the season he's having, which means probably more opportunities. He's the guy that pitchers will go after. They're not going to try to work edges. That means more pitches, perhaps, in the zone that he could do some damage on, especially in those huge games against the best pitchers in the postseason.
And their best hitter is Yordan Alvarez. Maybe we'll see him later as a pinch hitter if needed, but a day off for him from the starting lineup.
So it's a pretty big inning here for Cole Reagans. You can see him now at 82 pitches. One start in the big league so far. He threw 93. It took him those 93 to get through the 5 innings. If he can somehow find a way to get through this 5th inning, he's battled a little bit, some of those command issues. But to only have the damage done potentially on the Maldonado home run, I think would be a positive for Cole Reagans.
Yeah, if you look at the body of work for Reagans, there's been some hard contact here and there, especially early on. Another fine outing. I mean, even though that line doesn't tell the entire story, but the fact that he hasn't even picked up any strikeouts and he's working through this lineup, which is a tough lineup to punch out anyway.
No doubt. Not a ton of swing and miss in this lineup for a lefty that's trying to work corners and is going to pitch the contact anyway.
Off the end of the bat for Tucker and fouled off left side. Maybe this would be the one. Strikeout pitch here.
Good time to go for it. You have an aggressive hitter in Kyle Tucker, a guy who swings often. Now, whether or not you can get him to chase something out of the zone, he's right around league average, 31% chase rate for him this season. Fastball up, elevated, is a spot that you can go to get a swing and miss against Kyle Tucker.
They're going outside. And they got him. There's a strikeout pitch. Kyle Tucker's shaking his head. I bet many Astros fans are as well. Yeah, that missed, but it's a great strikeout pitch, knowing that the zone is expanded today.
It almost looks like that cuts like a cutter. It's a 93-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball. Now, Jonah Heim is one of the best in the game at receiving and making balls like that look like strikes. It's well done by Jonah.
So there's one. Now it's Bregman with Gurriel on first. Skied. Duran searching and
hit the rafters.
Yes. That's coming down from the rafters. A foul ball.
If it hits it in foul territory, it's foul. If they catch him in fair territory, you play it. But it is umpire's judgment. And it's kind of fascinating. Same thing at Globe Life Field, of course, roof stadiums. And I've always wondered, why don't they just paint a line up there to help the umpires out? And the reason they don't is because every time you open the roof and close it, it does not end up in the same spot. And so they cannot paint a line on the ceiling, which I thought was kind of fascinating.
I bet that frustrates you too. Because you're a very organized person.
Straight lines, please.
Yes.
All the time.
Yeah, but if it's ruled a foul ball wherever it hits in the rafters, then when it's coming down, you can't catch it for an out. It's a dead ball, and that was the case there. Bregman looks to line that one up deep left, and forget about it. Alex Bregman with a 2-run blast. It's 5-0 Stros.
We talked about the surprising struggles for Alex Bregman this year against left-handed pitching, and it just feels like it's one of those things that eventually will come around. I think this swing right here reminds you some of that damage that he is capable of doing. It's a four-seam fastball. Couldn't quite get it in there enough. He's very good. He's short to the ball in. When you go in on Alex Bregman, it's got to get all the way in. That one did not. He squared it up.
Yeah, big-time splits this year. It's just his second home run against a left-handed pitcher this season. He also loves hitting in his home ballpark. Big splits in that category as well. And Bregman just knocked out the rookie starter for Texas. Cole Reagan's done for the day. New pitcher coming in. It should be John King, with the Astros up 5-0 in the fifth. MLB.TV is now just $64.99. Watch all out-of-market regular season games live or on demand, plus MLB Big Inning. Visit MLB.TV for details. And get ready for MLB at Field of Dreams, presented by Geico in Iowa, where the Cubs will meet up with the Reds. You can catch all the action tonight, 6 o'clock Eastern coverage kicking up on Fox. Also, they're going to air Field of Dreams at this ballpark. So I think there's some people that are going to stick around tonight. I think it's movie night
Was that
at
right?
Minute Maid. 90% sure. Yes, confirmed. You can come here, even if you're watching right now at home in the Houston area, and probably pick up a ticket and watch a movie here at the ballpark with the roof closed, I'm sure. You can watch from the seats or buy a field ticket. John King in the game for Texas, taking over for the rookie Cole Reagan's. Astros up 5-0 on a couple homers, a 3-run blast from Maldonado, and a 2-run shot from Alex Bregman.
John King was called up yesterday but could not get here because of travel delays. Had a difficult time and some bad weather in the Houston area. So he got here today, activated. And now coming out of that Ranger bullpen. He's been in the big leagues earlier this season. He's got a really good two-seam fastball, changeup combination. He has kind of that heavy bowling ball, two-seam fastball. He does an excellent job keeping the baseball on the ground. 62% ground ball rate. About 18% higher than league average.
That's close to Framber territory. Grew up in the suburb around here. He's from Sugarland. Roller, backhand Seager. And it's got to be quick on a hop. Lowe got it, but not in time. Safe to first is Diaz. It's a single for Aledmys.
It was a good scoop. We told you earlier about the scoop ability of Nathaniel Lowe. Let's take a look at Corey Seager on what looked like a routine ground ball. The backhand there, a low throw, and Diaz did a nice job hustling that one out. I think if that throw's in the air and on the money, that they probably get Diaz, but the offline throw is what caused that base hit to happen.
Should he have rushed it a little bit more? You always think about the internal clock that especially a shortstop has. Did he underestimate Diaz down the line?
Well, I think again, if the throw's on line, he's out, so the timing was right, but he didn't. You don't necessarily account for a potential throw that's offline. You know, I'm not one to normally do this, Scott, but since we've known each other a long time, I am going to issue you a correction for you. As a former resident of Sugar Land, it is Sugar Land.
Oh, did I say Lind?
You said Sugar Land.
Sugar Land.
Sugar Land. I mean, doesn't it sound like a wonderful place to live?
It sounds much better when you said it versus how I phrased it. Yeah.
I lived there for about 8 or 9 years in Sugar Land, Texas.
I know another Sugar Land guy in Brett Dolan down on the fields. Sugar Land. How'd I do there, Brett?
Yeah, Sugar Land, that's better. I'm glad CJ jumped in. I wanted to do so. Had I realized he lived there, I would have let him give you the elbow. But well corrected, guys.
2-on-1, buddy. You got no chance.
They love their baseball out there as well. Trey Mancini left side, and Seager's going to go to second, and that's the only play to get rid of Diaz on the base paths. Mancini on the fielder's choice to first.
It looked like they might have been able to turn two here. I don't know if Marcus Simeon didn't think he had time or if there was an exchange issue. The throw was on the money. Yeah, it looked like he did not. You can see it there. He did not have a good grip on the ball as he went to throw it, and so he decided not to. Mancini does not run particularly well.
It's a double play combo, Seager and Simeon. And now Pena, the Astros shortstop, taking strike one. Good pitch from King, the 27-year-old. You mentioned he was called up again on Wednesday after the club placed Spencer Howard on the 15-day IL. A right shoulder impingement is the problem for Howard. And King dealt with some travel issues. We've been there. I feel you, John. So does our good buddy Yonder Alonso. Not with us today. Shout out to Yonder. Did his best. Yes, it has been that kind of summer. I was there yesterday all day, and then 2.5 hours when I landed on the runway. But here we are. No complaints. Strike three. John King fans Jeremy Pena. But 2 more runs for the Astros in the 5th, thanks to Bregman's homer to knock out Reagan's. It's 5-0, and let's go to Brett.
Guys, you have a great seat. I think I have a better seat because I'm the only one that had to sign a waiver to get up on the train. Here we are, way up top. And by the way, the home run, the fireworks from Bregman, that was alarming. So I also have Bobby Dynamite here. He is part of the fabric of Minute Maid Park. Bobby, how long have you been driving this train?
This is my 22nd year up here on the train.
Certain level of fame and fortune come with operating the train?
I get to come to every game, so I guess that's what it is. I get my 15 seconds.
All right, you've been known to get out on this ledge and dance and jump around, kind of implore the fans and these large crowds. What is more difficult, dancing in front of this sellout crowd or operating the train?
I'd probably say operating the train because nobody, everyone's far away, so I don't have to worry about reactions and all of that. So, yeah, I'd say driving is a little probably.
Speaking of reactions, you warned me on the explosives and the fireworks on the home run, but you didn't do it justice.
Oh man, yeah, that I had an earplug, so I was okay.
All right, finally, hypothetically, if I were to drive this train, could I force a calamity? Would I drive it off the tracks? Would I be okay if I operated?
I don't know if that was in the waiver.
Guys, I tried. I mean, it is a pretty good view. I thought I probably could drive this back and forth, but I would say this view is almost second to none.
We're going to turn that look that he just gave you into a meme at some point. That was a really great look from Bobby Dynamite. We appreciate his time and everything that he does for 2 decades plus for the Astros. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is presented by Jersey Mike's. We are all over the ballpark in Houston. Scott Braun, CJ Nikowski, and Brett Dolan, and you are all over the world. So I am really pleased to bring this to the table on a weekly basis, a worldwide audience on YouTube. I'll give you more in just a moment, as Corey Seager's going to dig in for Texas in the visiting 6th.
Saw a pretty steady diet of curveballs from Valdez last time to Corey Seager. We'll see if he goes back to that. There are the ground balls. We told you the best rate in baseball by a very wide margin, and 9 of the 11 batted balls in this game have been on the ground.
It's what he does better than anyone over the past few seasons. It's only at 65 pitches, too. I don't know, CJ. He's capable of the rare CG. Could he go the distance against a team that's, I would say, more on the aggressive side? Especially someone like Seager, who takes ball 2. What do you think?
It's a matter of whether or not they'll let him get there. Obviously, he's still got a little bit of a ways to go. We don't see it very often, but he's got the right manager. Right, thinking about Dusty Baker, old school, likes to see his guys get deeper in the game.
One of those 2 complete games was 8 innings and a loss, but still, he's second on the board in complete games this year. Pitch number 70, fouled back. See if he goes with the signature curveball. His best strikeout pitch. Right side for Altuve into the shift. And there's the first out in the 6th.
So opposite what I thought might have happened, or at least curious to see, was there going to be more curveballs to Corey Seager? None in that plate appearance.
How about that?
Heavy 2-seam fastball with a couple of cutters.
Adolis Garcia fouling that one off. And shipping it to center. Myers, warning track there for out number 2. We've seen some efficient innings from Framber Valdez. I don't think he's going to get under the 10 pitch mark here. He's already at 8, but look at the 2nd, 4th, and the 5th. Single digits.
And unfortunately for the Rangers, that big 3rd inning, right, the 28 pitches that he threw, there was a couple of singles that hit batter in that inning, but nothing across for the Rangers. That seemed like that might have been their opportunity to go against one of the best in the game in Valdez.
Hitless Jonah Heim takes a strike.
And if you believe in momentum, it was a big one because the Astros had put their 3 runs on the board in the bottom of the 2nd inning. That was that 3rd inning. They had a chance maybe to put a little pressure on Valdez, and he got out of it.
And he's one pitch away from another 1-2-3 6th. He's retired 9 in a row. 0-2.
Talking about Jonah Heim earlier and wondering whether or not he should have been an all-star this year. He's been one of the best in the game offensively. I talked about some of those framing numbers where he's been near the top all year long. He's gotten way more playing time than expected. Mitch Garver came in a trade in the offseason for the Minnesota Twins. Jonah Heim was supposed to be the backup. The injury to the elbow and eventually surgery for Garver, and Jonah Heim is taking full advantage.
Yeah, an earlier comment, an obsessed Ranger fan, that's the name in the live chat, said, Heim underrated. Finally, someone understands. Framber Valdez, accurately rated, an all-star on a run. He's retired 10 in a row, and he's thinking about a complete game. Gets through the 6th, pitching shutout baseball for Houston this afternoon. Google Cloud is powering StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. Myers, Maldonado, and then back to the top with Altuve, and the Astros leading 5-0 in the home 6th. Scott Braun, CJ Nitkowski, Brett Dolan with you all day on YouTube. Myers singled in the 2nd, ended up scoring on the Maldonado homer. And more from John King out of the Rangers bullpen.
And don't be fooled by that John King ERA. We showed you his numbers when he came out and coming back up for the minor leagues. 4.60 was that ERA, but what's happened so often with relievers, you can point to a couple of games. He let up nine runs in 2 outings.
That's kind of, I mean,
that's half his runs.
That's good. Like, if I'm a manager, I'd rather just get all of the garbage out of the way in a couple outings and then be lights out the rest of the way. StatCast powered by Google Cloud, serving up Martin Maldonado's 3-run blast back in the 2nd. And he'll do that to you. More often this year, we're seeing the power out of his bat. It's a little bit Mike Zunino-ish, where it's kind of all or nothing sometimes, but that works for catchers like him.
No doubt, sneaky pop. Just when you think you can let down a little bit as you get to the bottom of the Astro lineup, you make a mistake, and Maldonado's a guy that makes you pay.
Pitchers love working with him. He is a winning ball player. There was a question earlier in the live chat about our thoughts on the American League, with the Yankees looking more human lately. The Astros have handled them well anyway. They won the season series, which is important because if the Astros and Yankees end up with the same record at the end of the season, the Astros have the edge because of the season series, and I think home field advantage would definitely matter if those two match up.
Home field advantage matters, and then not that anybody's going to play strategy, but as you look at the first two teams that'll get a bye, you want the winner of 3-6 or the winner of 4-5.
Maldonado bounces out.
And like I said, you don't get to choose. It all depends on where you finish. But I think that part will become very interesting as we get into the new format of the playoffs this year and exactly how that is going to play out. You're going to have some time off. It's always been a concern. Is it a good idea? Is it a bad idea? Do you lose momentum? You're going to be playing a team that's coming off probably a pretty emotional wild card series win. And you haven't played maybe a meaningful game for up to a week. So that's going to be an exciting part of the postseason. But that week that the Astros were in New York when they played both the Yankees and the Mets, they shook both of those fan bases and kind of woke them up a little bit and said, oh, wait a minute, perhaps we're not as good as we thought we were.
They won 7 of 9. I mean, that is a run. The Mets and Yankees are two powerhouse ball clubs this season. And Houston's like, don't forget about us. We have it. 2 away. It's Altuve. Ball 2.
I think the good news for baseball fans, if you're not a Yankee fan, is that maybe they're not the juggernaut. It's kind of the no-brainer that they were just going to plow through the postseason. It was going to be a non-competitive year. That's likely not going to be the case. And we'll be headed to some great playoffs once again when this postseason starts.
Some would say, and I'm from the area, so I can say whatever I want, that they might not even be the best team in their city, especially when it comes to a playoff matchup, when you might have to face Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer to open up a series.
You should go check your mentions right now. Poke that bear a little bit.
I mean, who would you rather face first 2 games of a series? Mets or Yankees? I'm not touching deGrom and Scherzer if they're feeling good heading into October.
Definitely not. I'd love to see, though, that kind of Cole Scherzer, Cole deGrom matchup would be an absolute treat, but I'm with you.
The thing with the Astros is that there is length in their starting rotation. That had a lot to do with them feeling okay about trading away someone like Jake Odorizzi and picking up Will Smith for their bullpen, as Lance McCullers Jr. is making his return to the rotation this weekend, and they'll roll with a 6-man rotation for now.
And then they'll be able to take one of those really good starters and likely to be Christian Javier and put him in the bullpen. And they've done that consistently in the postseason where they've been able to put a good starter down there who can be impactful. Lance McCullers Jr., Charlie Morton, right? We've seen it in the past. They're so incredibly deep right now. And that poor guy's probably thinking, man, I deserve 32 starts a year and to be in a rotation, and on just about any other team he would be. But he's been back and forth between the pen and the rotation and very likely headed, outside of any major injuries, into the bullpen for the postseason.
Especially, right, because he's a guy that can do it. You have Urquidy, Luis Garcia's in there. Of course, Framber rocking and rolling today, and then Verlander and McCullers could be your first 2. Altuve rolls over, and Duran just got him. 3 up, 3 down for John King in the 6th. It's 5-0 Houston. Let's hit the 7th. Nathaniel Lowe leads off the 7th inning for the Rangers. He bounced out in his last at-bat, but how did it sound?
Come on, bro. Wait one more second, and that's a hit for me. He didn't want to cover. Hey, I sniffed that hit, you know?
That is epic. He didn't want to cover.
And he did sniff. I gave him a hard time, maybe not being the fastest runner, but that sprint speed wasn't too bad, closer to league average for Nathaniel Lowe. And it happens, right? You realize you have a shot, and an infield hit, you're going to turn it on a little bit.
Nice pitch to start the AB from Framber Valdez. Still sub 80 on the tosses this afternoon. And working in the 7th. Lowe has an on-base streak on the line. Kept it going yesterday. It was 1 for 5. 16 in a row.
So we talk a lot about the top 2 pitches here for Valdez, the 2-seam fastball and the curveball. Lefties have not touched his curveball this year. They come in hitting just 0.63 against it. His fastball, 364. They have touched the fastball in a pretty big way. Left-handers against a really nasty 2-seamer that sits in the mid-90s. With all that movement, they've gotten to it this year. It almost makes you wonder why he even bothers throwing it with that curveball and how good it has been against those lefties.
There's another sinker, and you're looking for that curveball in a matchup like this against Lowe. Although, and I know you've pointed this out this week on your broadcasts, Nathaniel Lowe knows how to handle a non-fastball. And he got him. Another sinker. Frozen. You think he was waiting for the curve?
Possibly. I mean, it's such a dominant pitch, and there are good hitters that are willing to sit on a pitch throughout an at bat. And the downside of sitting on a pitch is every once in a while, then you throw that fastball. If you're sitting curveball and it's going to jump on you, you're not going to have much of a chance.
6th strikeout. Obviously, you're not trying to take that pitch. And first one coming in, going through for Semien, or make that Taveras with a 1-out single.
It's been a while since the Rangers have had a base runner, right? Got to go all the way back to the 3rd inning when Adolis Garcia had that base hit. So Leota Taveras breaking up that streak.
Brett, what do you think about Framber today?
Well, he's been pretty good, hasn't he, guys? And I talked a little bit in the open about working with the sports psychologist, Dr. Andy Nunez. Before the All-Star game, he sent him a very simple note. It said, if you have peace, you'll have balance. If you have balance, you'll have control. If you have control, you'll be able to do everything. He's done everything in every start for 19 in a row, hasn't he?
He certainly has. And it's a really good point. And he does seem like a guy that is pretty consistent mentally in where he is, and having that balance and control and being able to do a lot of different things. Command of the fastball, the really good breaking ball. He has been locked in, and he's been locked in for a long time. There's something else that Brett brought up with him that is pretty fascinating. I've talked about this multiple times, but the Astros have really turned the idea of when you can sign Latin American pitchers on its head.
Culberson has a knock, and first to third flying is Taveras, and in there.
Well, that's why Charlie Culberson is in there this afternoon. There's a long history of his ability to hit left-handed pitching. Take a look at this 2-seam fastball from Valdez. Not a bad one at all. It's down, but down the middle. But 21 years old. You heard Brett talk about it in the open. That is unheard of. And I remember playing in the Dominican Republic toward the end of my career and talking to coaches there, and they said 16 is the age that you want to get your hands on some of these pitchers. 17, the risk starts to go up, and I was fascinated by that. I'm like, 17? When I was 17, I was an idiot. Like, you're going to tell me that I'm on the back end of like, we're not sure how interested we would be in you. And then 18 seemed really old.
Yeah.
And it was almost like do not touch at that point. He was 21. Think about Jose Urquidy. He was an older sign. I think he was 18 or 19.
I think 19.
And then also Christian Javier was older when he started his career. So the Astros have done an excellent job of just completely kind of throwing that out the window and I'll be honest with you, I never really understood it, but it was pretty consistent throughout scouting Latin America for the longest time. 16, maybe 17, and beyond that, it was too late.
Think about how much is going to change in your arsenal, your velocity, your maturity, basically everything. 16 is way too early to make a final call.
Think of all the dumb things you did when you were 16.
16, let's fast forward. Let's go to 26. Let's keep upping it. It's too much to put a final mark on an evaluation at an age like that. I mean, not even close.
No, they figured it out, and they have been rewarded handsomely for it.
Urquidy was, what, 2 months shy of his 20th birthday when he was signed up. Javier at 17, Garcia at 20, and Valdez at 21. So the Astros have found an opening in the business, and they are taking advantage of it, and they are thriving in their rotation because of it.
Think about the cost there, right? To bring those guys in, minimal, and what you're getting in return, that return on that investment, astronomical. They deserve a lot of credit. We talk a lot about this organization and thinking about the hitters that they've drafted and developed over the years. Springer and Correa and Alex Bregman. Now Kyle Tucker. They traded for Yordan Alvarez, but they essentially developed him. He never took an at-bat with the Dodgers.
Those are shiny numbers we just showed you, too. The last is a good thing. That's your relief pitching not logging innings because the starters are doing their job. Framber leads the American League in innings pitched this year. I don't think he's going to be able to go the distance now because of this 7th. Back-to-back hits for Texas, and that's ball 2 to Duran. They're on the corners. Best chance for the Rangers to score since that 3rd inning when they loaded up the bases. Duran stays alive.
With that pitch count climbing up, you know, for Valdez, again, with the great ground ball percentage that he gets, that he'd like to get one of those hard ground balls and potentially get a double play. How about that? 6 straight curveballs, followed by a 96-mile-an-hour 2-seam fastball.
There is a book on Duran, and also, of course, Framber playing to his strengths. Good grind here from Duran. This will be at least a 9-pitch at bat. And at this point, I mean, that is something that is more old school, but getting the pitcher, the starter, out of the contest is a big deal on a day like today because of what he's done. Ball 3.
Oh, it still
His
matters.
last inning now.
And that'll be a strategy for teams against the Houston Astros. The back end of the bullpen is pretty good. If you're trying to find holes on this club, and there are not many. The secondary part of that bullpen probably doesn't match up with some of the better bullpens that you're going to see in the postseason. So if you can get to those starters early and try to get to the guys that have to go to in maybe the 6th inning, 7th inning, maybe, it's going to give you a little bit of a better chance. But you get 7 innings out of your starter, the way their bullpen is built, they're in pretty good shape.
Duran is 1 for 2 today. 3-2. Got him. On the curve, got to find the baseball. Nope, doesn't matter. Runner at first, and that's strike 3. 7th K of the day for Framber, and Duran's not pleased.
Frustrated with himself because he put together a really good at-bat, but then ultimately chases a breaking ball outside of the strike zone and not very close for Ezekiel Duran. But he is a bright spot for this club. They really like the tool set as he causes a little chaos by taking off for first base.
And Culverson's going to get to second. It's a wild pitch. Well, big chance for the rookie, Bubba Thompson. He debuted last week, same day as the debut for Cole Reagans. 97 pitches this afternoon for Framber. Can he work through one more before Ryan Stanek will likely take over? Bubba Thompson's 24 years old. First round pick back in 2017 by Texas. Solid season down in the minor leagues. Super athlete. 49 stolen bases. Barely gets caught. Electric ball player. And the questions for him as far as sticking in the major leagues will be, can he make enough contact? Will he get enough lift on the baseball? Will he take some walks to take advantage of that speed?
No doubt. It is elite level speed. If you look at, there's different ways to look at the sprint speed. I look at that, what they call kind of that P90, right? Your top 10% of your sprints. He's #1 in baseball. Faster than Bobby Witt Jr. This guy absolutely flies. And it's a really impressive resume, and a guy that was headed to Alabama to play football and instead signed with the Texas Rangers, and there's some special athletic ability there.
Good take to start his at-bat, and then another miss from Framber. Looking for his first big league homer, too. He was close the other day. Very close. It's 2-1. It's a matchup you like, though, if you're Chris Woodward. Better against lefties down in the minors. It's .359 against southpaws in the minor leagues this year. Count leverage. And now it's full.
And probably not a pitch you saw very often. A down and in changeup from a lefty. Not where you see that pitch thrown very often to a right-handed hitter. And as he goes along here throughout this brief time in the major leagues, he's seeing the best pitching he's ever seen. It seems like each and every time out. He's never seen a lefty like this.
Got him. Two stranded. Valdez, what a day on the mound for Houston. 7 shutout frames. Brilliant. Keep up with the show wherever you are. Follow at MLB on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube so you stay in the know. And enjoy the show wherever you are with the MLB app with coverage of in-game highlights, pitch by pitch, select live broadcast coverage, and much more. You won't miss a beat. Download the MLB app today. Still 5-0 Houston. A stretch and a dive into the home 7th. Gurriel, Tucker, and Bregman due up for the Stros. Scott Braun, CJ Nikowski, and Brett Dolan with you. You having fun on YouTube today?
Having a great time, man. I'd love to see the Rangers put a couple of runs on the board, even though I know I'm supposed to play it neutral today. You know where my heart is.
Of course. Garrett Richards coming up.
Yeah, Garrett Richards will give you a slider, changeup, four-seam fastball, and a curveball. And all those years he's had the great changeup, and it's still there. Just a 192 batting average against Richards' change this season.
Longtime starter. He's battled a number of injuries in his career. Got that theme in the Rangers bullpen with someone like Matt Moore as well. That sentence I just passed through, you could stick it right on Moore. He's had a great season. Gurriel fouls that one off. It's 1-1.
It's something that they've done here in Texas. I think we're seeing a little bit more around Major League Baseball is develop the multi-inning reliever. And Matt Moore, Brock Burke, Jose Leclerc, Taylor Hearn is down in that bullpen. They're really starting to see the value of being able to have guys that they can be out there for multiple innings. As starters are going shorter, there's a real value now. And can I get a guy in on the winning side of the ball that can give me 2 innings? And you have a guy like Garrett Richards, of course, who's been a starter in the past. You almost feel like it's automatic that you can get some length out of him if you need to. His last 2 outings, he threw 5 innings combined.
I'm actually surprised that there aren't more multi-inning relievers in the game. I thought as the trend started to pick up over the past decade of starters not going as deep into games, that you would see really multiple multi-inning relievers per squad. It hasn't been the case yet.
I think it's going to play better too with the roster limits, right? The restrictions that you have and only being able to carry 13 pitchers. The guy can give you 2 innings. Okay, he's going to need at least a day off, as opposed to where you're using guys in shorter outings and then you do it a couple of days in a row and then you're thin. Then you have to make a roster move. And that can be somewhat challenging. Obviously having pitchers with options is really important. You should take a look at, this season. The most relief outings with at least 4 outs, so at least an inning and a third. There's the Texas Rangers with 71 of those this season.
Gurriel past Seager and into center. His 3rd hit of the day.
It looked like Corey Seager might have had a beat on this one. You can see he's actually watching right back now on the big screen to see maybe what happened. Let's take a look at the pitch. Looks like the changeup lined right to the left of Corey Seager. And good looking swing there from Yuli Gurriel. Should give you a good look at how close Seager was to that ball.
And here's Tucker. First pitch swinging. And that's going to drop into center. 2 singles to start the Astros 7th.
That's a good piece of hitting, but it's a tough break for Garrett Richards as he goes to the changeup once again, and he gets weak contact. But it's off the end of the bat for Tucker. Stays on it just long enough. Not as pretty a swing, but he'll take it because it's a base hit. Just 83 miles an hour off the bat for Kyle Tucker.
Big day for Bregman, too, who digs in next. 2-run shot in the 5th. Walked in his first 2 trips. And now that one skips away, and he's going to have 2 in scoring position.
Tough one to block there as you see Jonah Heim going to his left, that ball in the dirt. It's a breaking ball. Didn't sweep, went straight down. And Heim just a little late getting to it.
Infield's in. And Bregman's going to look to go past it. Splash down into center. And that'll bring home another for Houston. Alex Bregman with a 3 RBI day. Half the runs driven in thanks to him. 6-0 Houston.
It sounded like weak contact once again. Take a look at the pitch here from Richards. This breaking ball backs up and finishes on the inner third. So Bregman actually got jammed on this one. They're trying to throw that pitch away. Just 67 miles an hour off the bat.
He's making a strong case for a trophy at the end of this one. Technically 2. That one is lifted to left. And Culberson makes the catch, and here comes Tucker to score. Kind of a delayed run home after Culberson was hanging out there and left to make it 7-0 Houston.
Well, what you're going to see here, the mistake actually is probably Ezekiel Duran's, the third baseman. Charlie Culberson was going to come up throwing, but he saw that Tucker was not going. And so what he's going to want to do is then just throw it into the cutoff man. But Duran, being the cutoff man, is standing on the back. He needs to be lining it up right now, and he wasn't. And so there was nowhere to throw the ball. He didn't want to throw it all the way in and allow Alex Bregman to go to second. So the cutoff man was not in place. There was nobody there looking for it. And Kyle Tucker took advantage of it. It's almost like a delayed tag instead of the delayed steal.
How often have you seen that on a sac fly?
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Same. So it's an RBI for Diaz. Now first pitch misses in to Trey Mancini with Bregman on first.
So watch Charlie Culberson. He's going to receive the ball. He realizes there's not going to be a play at home because Tucker doesn't go, but there's no infielder looking at him to then throw that ball into. Tucker takes off and scores pretty easily.
Two runs across for Houston in the 7th. No hard hit baseballs. Ball 2. Well, nothing over 100. I guess you got 195 plus. Everything else well under 90 miles an hour off the bat. So they're not squaring up Garrett Richards, but better in lineup. Trying to put this game out of reach. Mancini strikes out. Let's head to Brett.
That's an 0 for 4 for Trey Mancini. But guys, his first 3 hits in an Astros uniform are home runs. Homered in his first 2 starts. He's the first player in baseball history to homer in his first 2 starts with his first 2 teams, Baltimore and now Houston. Although there's some curiosity about how he'll play, where he'll play. Dusty seems to like Yuli at first for ground ball pitchers and also other outfielders for fly ball pitchers. But then he dropped a Dustyism today, and I loved it. He said, fit in when you get in. Of course, the one I love, if you hit, you do not sit. But fit in when you get in. That's his advice to guys like Mancini and others when they've joined this team.
And that's the game today, too, right? The fact that they know which guys have which swings that play best with a ground ball pitcher, fly ball pitcher. What is your swing plane? This guy uses this pitches X amount of times. You're a better fit. Teams have gotten really good, some better than others, at understanding how that works and how you can get the most production out of one spot in the order using multiple players.
The Dr. Seuss Book of Baseball. You know what I call it? Great problem.
Yeah.
When you're trying to figure out where to place Trey Mancini.
Christian Vasquez, right, with Maldonado, the great job they do behind the plate. That's that Giants model from a year ago. Donnie Ecker, who is now with the Texas Rangers as the bench coach and offensive coordinator, has talked about that a lot. Can you find a way to take multiple players, preferably two, and get all-star caliber performance and numbers at the end in one spot, but it's two guys that take you to get there.
Mets are doing it right now with Darren Ruff and Daniel Vogelbach. They're loving the production from those two additions. Hey! That's strike 3 from Richards, but 2 more for Houston. Seeing very good signs from Bregman and Gurriel. Mike P in the live chat goes, league is in trouble. Breggy and Yuli hot. The Rangers are looking for runs this afternoon, but we do have sound all day from Nathaniel Lowe.
Do we have his split before and after he got dreadlocks? Is he better with dreadlocks or without dreadlocks? Kind of looks like the Predator. I feel like that sinker started dead middle, then it was on my thumbs. I feel like he just flushed that ball.
Great analysis all day long from Nathaniel Lowe on the brilliance of Framber Valdez. 103 pitches. It's a done deal. 7 scoreless, 4 hits. He punched out 8 and hands the baseball over to Seth Martinez.
Seth Martinez, you can see 22 games on the year. Really nice ERA for him at that 1.99 in his 31 2/3 innings. He's allowed 3 home runs this season. You get a 4-seam fastball, slider, 2-seamer, changeup, and cutter. That is a full repertoire from a reliever, and he uses them all. The slider, though, easily his best pitch, just a 127 batting average against.
I mean, it's 7-0, and you're looking at Houston going, this guy's doing mop-up duty in a 7-0 game. He's got a sub-2 ERA, a ton of pitches, great extension. He can go multiple innings. He might pick up these last 2.
He might, and right now with this kind of lead, Dusty Baker would love to give the rest of that bullpen some time off. Extra inning game yesterday. I think they don't have an off day for a while, so they got a long stretch of games here. And that's where those 7 innings from Framber Valdez just comes up so huge. If you can go just 2 pitchers to finish out a game in 2022.
It's just an all-around dominant performance so far from Houston. It's 3-1 to Semien.
Kind of like Nathaniel Lowe's potential new metric. Splitter pre and post dreads. That's what he's asking there about Framber Valdez.
I'm always a big fan of more hair, more facial hair, anything for the hitter to look at. You know, I always talk about it's like the Josh Hader theory too. He's got the flow bouncing in the back. That's ball 4 to Semien. He works his second walk of the day. All right, it's time. The YouTube Player of the Game trophy is back. every single week here in 2022. We're looking at some of the past winners. We're going to have the vote, the poll opening up. I know a couple names that stand out for Houston. It's only going to be Astros players. Sorry, CJ.
It's all right.
Makes sense, though, right? And we'll hand out the hardware, and that's coming up. So stay tuned. You're going to get involved, and then we'll also talk to that player of the game after the game. This is a 2-trophy day, because if the Astros win, they secure their 6th consecutive Silver Boot trophy, which matches up the Rangers and the Astros. We're looking at some options for you, too, on the Houston side. I think there's 2 heavy favorites for the YouTube Player of the Game trophy this afternoon. The 2 guys that homered in Bregman and Maldonado. Big cut and a miss from Seager. He's behind 0-2. Oh, I'm missing one. Framber Valdez, obviously.
Yeah.
So there's 3.
I would say
my mind is on offense. Need you to keep me in check. Pitcher in the booth. Who would you pick? Well, actually, hold it. When we open up the poll, I'll ask you. And we'll see if you influence the vote. I like to play that game with the crowd. Seager rips that one into right. He's got himself a single, and Semien will hold up at second. Framber Valdez did it all this afternoon. StatCast powered by Google Cloud, and this is how he was able to fool batters on his way to 8 Ks.
That curveball, we talked about it in the beginning of the game. That's where he goes for the swings and misses, but also had a couple of strikeouts on the sinker. We saw some of those looking, as you can see there, with the backwards K. And then, of course, the bad call at the top of the zone against Marcus Semien certainly didn't hurt. But he is a sinker ball pitcher that has strikeout power, and usually those don't go together. He also has a very respectable walk rate. And a lot of times the guys that rely so heavily on the two-seamer, you live with a higher walk rate, knowing pitchers are going to finish out of the zone. But he's been complete. By the way, my dark horse is, I think, what you asked me, or whatever my choice potentially.
Yeah.
After Adolis Garcia hits 2 home runs, one here and then one in the 9th, he's going to be my guy.
Okay. Really going for it. The Hail Mary pick.
Why not?
Brought to you by CJ Nitcastle. A walk and a single, and now Garcia is behind 0-2. We have verbs and nouns to describe Framber in the game commentary. Smack goes Framboozled. David Stevenson, the Frambernator. Oh, he was going for it, CJ. He heard you. But he pulled it just a bit too much. Closer than I thought.
Yeah, and I love that YouTube bonus that you get if you call a home run and get it right. A little extra something on top of the paycheck. I think that's a cool thing you guys do here.
That's right.
And I figured Adolis Garcia would be my guy.
All about incentives here on YouTube. Well, it would create more views. So.
I mean, how about it? First guest bonuses? I love it.
Adolis Garcia, a late bloomer. As a rookie last year at 28 years old, he strikes out. He's been a big part of this lineup for the past 2 seasons.
Good looking fastball here with some life from Martinez, and you get that movement. You see that lower arm angle that he comes from. Looked like the 2-seam grip. That one's got some life on it. But you never know, when you get a lower arm angle like this, the 4-seamer is going to move as well. He does throw both.
Big Jonah Heim. You know, most of the attention goes to Seager and Semien. in the offseason, the acquisitions for Texas. He also picked up Mitch Garver. Unfortunately, his season cut short. Season-ending surgery for him, like you mentioned, leading to Heim grabbing the starting role, really running with it this season. And I heard you mention the other day, how is the endurance going to hold up? Not like there's a label on him, it's just he's a catcher. He hasn't done this for a long period of time. Kind of a journeyman in the minor leagues. And catchers in general, I'm sure there's some stats we can put to this, but their numbers often dip as the season progresses if you're catching significantly.
Understandably so. And we think about one of the greatest catchers that we've ever seen, certainly in Rangers history, and Pudge Rodriguez, and the fact that he did it outside in Arlington. And I'm sure he's looking at these guys with roofs going, really? Can't catch 150 games? But the reality is that these guys train harder, they go harder, it's a lot more difficult. And teams have recognized the value in your starting catcher giving you maybe 120 games. You're not asking for 145 or 150 anymore. Even Salvador Perez, I think, realizing, a guy who has been an Iron Man over the course of his career, that you're better off backing off and not catching nearly as much.
And he strikes out. Martinez climbs the ladder. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Wow. I like that. Did you sign that?
I don't know who signed it, but that looks pretty cool.
It is cool. So is the pool, which is in the shape of the state. I don't know if you caught that glimpse. It was a quick one, but a nearby hotel. I got to show you the aerial shot.
I haven't seen that. They're going to
really
say
cool.
maybe like in the Rangers clubhouse. I don't know if you're familiar with that 40,000 square foot clubhouse that they have at Globe Life Field. They probably could fit a Texas-sized, Texas-shaped pool there.
Yeah, you know all about that clubhouse and that shiny new ballpark, just a few years old. Globe Life in Arlington. It's awesome.
And the idea there, and Chris Woodward has talked about this, is, well, a couple different things. One, it helps you with recruiting. Not that it's college, but it is the same kind of thing. Think about Simeon and Seager, and there's your pool.
Do you see it?
Oh, yeah.
It's easier when you're going right above. We're on the side angle, but I've stayed there where I've been right above it, and then I take the picture. And that one gets through for Lowe. This is going to score the first run for Texas this afternoon. Simeon, come on down. It's 7-1. Nathaniel Lowe, mic'd up, coming through.
Well, he's had a really nice year, and one of the positive stories for the Rangers in 2022 has been the emergence of Nathaniel Lowe. And we'll take a look at what looked like maybe a changeup that he ends up pulling down the right field line. Nathaniel Lowe has been so good on off-speed pitches, and that was a changeup. Coming into the series, he was hitting better than 350 on off-speed pitches inside the strike zone. Fastballs, he'll shoot the other way, and that's where he seems to do his damage on the off-speed pitches. Good example of it on the changeup. But to finish up that point real quick, as far as the ballpark and kind of what is the draw. One, of course, thinking about the clubhouse, all the amenities, great place to be every day, and all that. The other part is, Woody has talked about this in the past, there are no excuses not to be ready. I mean, they have everything. The recovery room, the lab room that they have, the science, the double-decker weight room. I mean, it's just an incredible place to call home, and that's a big part of what the Rangers have created with Globe Life Field.
I'm going to add an incentive that applies to both teams we're watching today. As Taveras takes ball one. For a global audience that might not know about all the laws here, no state income tax. Always enticing in the offseason when you're trying to convince a free agent to come to Arlington or Houston.
Never hurts.
Never hurts. Trust me, I know. I live in New York City. 2-0 to Taveras.
I don't know if that guy's still out there. There's that one Twitter account, Sports Tax Guy, right?
Yep.
When we talk about free agents or we hear rumblings of potential deals, it's okay, well, if this guy goes here, you know, that $100 million will look like this, but if he does it in this city, it's going to look like this. And, you know, apparently all $100 million not created equal.
No.
Who knew?
He helps with the deferrals as well, if that's the case in a contract. Well, the Rangers won the offseason as far as spending big, over $500 million. That one goes through. Similar to Lowe. Tavares pass the baton, bring home Seager, 7-2 in the 8th. All right, so take us through this, CJ. In the offseason, the Rangers said, you know what, we're going to spend big, and they weren't kidding.
It was a frenzy leading up to the lockout, and we saw the free agents that got signed beforehand. It was something else to see the Rangers bring these two huge pieces in. You mentioned it earlier. The lineup a year ago was not very good. The only returning starter from the lineup last year was Nathaniel Lowe. Even Adolis Garcia, he did not start the season in the big leagues. Now, they also knew they needed some pitching, so they bring in John Gray. That has been a really nice add. He's dealt with some injuries, but when he has been healthy, he has been really good. They know they have him for 3 more years beyond this one, so he's been a really fantastic ad. And the thing that, you look at that list and you say to yourself, man, that is a ton of money. They must have really put themselves kind of backs against the wall. No, there's still some room and a pretty significant amount if the Rangers see the right opportunities to spend again this winter. I mean, that payroll is only at about 145. I know those estimates aren't perfect this year. And people talking about, is there another 60 or 70 AAV still to spend, again, if the right players are there?
I mean, you look at other payrolls. There are quite a few that are north of the 200 mark.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen the Rangers spend big when they're competing.
And I don't know about you, but for me, I'm really good at spending other people's money.
I'm great.
Where there's no repercussions for my decisions. So I got all kinds of ideas.
That's why I got into broadcasting. I was like, wait, it's free money? Cut and a miss from Culberson.
So I'd say a little bit of a surprise here, what we've seen from Charlie Culberson this year. Mentioned, of course, in there against lefties. And Chris Woodward has not been afraid to go to his bench. Got a couple of runners on, and you have Brad Miller, Josh Smith, maybe Soloria, all left-handed hitters on the bench.
Is it just because of a 5-run game or resting some players or a little bit of everything?
It could be. I mean, there's just been a consistency to that. They had stuck to the platoon, especially early on, pretty hard. I mean, it's good to see Charlie get those opportunities. He's a good player. He's done some good things for the Rangers.
Good take. Culberson singled in the 7th. Can he keep things going for Texas in a 2-run 8th? Runners moving, and we'll bring that back. One pitch. Over and over to Charlie Culberson. Sliders on the first 6 tosses in this matchup. Runners moving, and that is strike 3. Frozen. And through the 8th is Martinez. 2 runs for Texas, 2 runners stranded, mid-8th. Astros in control. 7-2 Astros in Houston, Texas. But time to unveil our global roll call. A worldwide audience here on YouTube. Drop your location and time of day into the live chat, and we'll shout out a few of you during this next inning. Could be anywhere. Let us know.
Look like a map of all the places I played.
Thought you said you were going to maybe say, "Oh, the place I've been. I love traveling." No, you love traveling for your job back in the day.
Will travel.
Played in Japan, correct?
Japan, Korea, some time in the Dominican.
Broken bat, ground ball out. Jake Myers. Nice whip around the diamond from Duran.
Ezekiel Duran is one of these young players that they're pretty happy with in Texas, and third base seems to be his best position. He has volunteered and said that he can play the outfield. I think it's smart for him to bring that up because Josh Young, 8th overall pick from a couple of years ago, is getting healthy out of Texas Tech, and he'd been hurt and missed a lot of time the last couple of years, but at AAA now and swinging a pretty good bat, and they've always believed he would be the third baseman of the future. But this guy right here has made an impression in Texas.
Strike one to Maldonado. Seems like maybe a September call-up for Young.
I've been pushing for it. Again, I don't get to make decisions, but for me, I think that I would guess that they would like to get a look at him and hopefully get a feel of what they really have, and I think that certainly would play into what they do this offseason. When he's been on the field, he is absolutely raked. It's just that their opportunities have been few and far between. Some bad luck, some injuries, no 2020 season. That's hurt a lot of guys. Trying to make up for lost time and development.
Maldonado down on 3 pitches. You're right. It doesn't just go away, a lost season in 2020, even though it was a few years ago. You can't use it as an excuse, but it still exists. To lose a year of development for many players when they were healthy, it hurts.
It does. There were some bonuses talking to guys that were at the alternate site and getting, a controlled environment. In the case of the Rangers, at the big league ballpark with some big league coaches. So there was a positive experience to that, but not for an entire season or missing a whole year and then a couple of months. Nothing replicates playing all those games.
Down to Altuve. Walked to lead off the day and then retired in his next 3 trips. Reaches for one. And Semien puts him away. Inning over. 3 up, 3 down in the 8th. Last chance for Texas coming up. The YouTube player of the game joins us right now. There it is, the trophy.
It looks good. Proud to have it.
This is going up on the top shelves for sure.
I watch a lot of YouTube, so it's good.
I think this is the first time I'm holding a trophy on an interview, so it's pretty cool.
That's dope.
Anytime you get a trophy, it's usually a good thing.
I feel great. This is amazing.
Well, this is going to be right next to the TV, so I could just see it every
Kind of feel like C.J. Nitkowski also deserves a trophy. Filling in late, gets the call last night from me. Hey, we need you. Travel issues for my buddy Yonder Alonso. But on the field, YouTube player of the game options. Valdez, Bregman, Maldonado, and Gurriel, all with big days. Okay, now you can tell the people who you're going with.
I mean, Framber Valdez was pretty dominant. He had a bunch of strikeouts today, but more importantly, the timing of those strikeouts when he had some runners on base. We talked about that third inning, and there was an opportunity for the Rangers to answer after the Astros had put a couple of runs on the board. I thought it was a pretty important third inning that he worked around. And he's left-handed, so it makes it a no-brainer for me that it's Framber Valdez.
I'm with you. I was thinking about Maldonado with the 3-run home run, which is the difference. Also, just to give him a shout-out for everything that he does behind the dish, catching on a day like today with Framber looking so good. But I'm with you. Let's give it to Valdez. But it's not up to us. You vote right now. Tablet, phone, computer, however you're watching. Let us know. Rafael Montero against Ezekiel Duran, then Bubba Thompson on deck, and Semien in the hole.
It's been another success story for this Astros bullpen. Montero, the former New York Mets prospect, bounced around a little bit, but he has been excellent. 47 games and a 1.55 ERA. He's only one home run allowed for Montero this season in those 46 and a third.
An overlooked addition to the Kendall Graveman trade last year for Houston. They landed their setup man for the postseason.
What? I'm sorry?
Duran strikes out. Hey, the Rangers YouTube channel is your home for highlights and behind-the-scenes footage. Visit youtube.com/Rangers. Also, Astros fans, youtube.com/Astros for exclusive interviews, original content, and much more. Global roll call in the live chat. Incredible. I'll give you some countries as Thompson has strike one. Neftali is in Norway. It's 10:57. I'm assuming that's AM. Doing my math. No, that's PM. See, my math stinks. Elijah in New Zealand, 8:56. That's AM. Ulrich in Germany, 22:56. Good luck to me on guessing what time that is. Liam's in Liverpool. Got someone in Wales. Belgium. Thomas, saw him a couple weeks ago. He's back in Beijing. We appreciate everyone watching globally and, of course, in the United States. Plenty of check-ins state-wise as well. But Montero working quickly here to Bubba Thompson. 9-hole hitter, rookie for Texas. A lot of swing and miss from the Rangers in this series. 36 strikeouts in 3 games. And that's something when you're looking at the overall complexion of the offense. Last year it was like, all right, we need more thump in this lineup. If you're a Rangers fan, you need more of a solid core. Now the next thing is, okay, if this is going to be a competitive playoff level team, less swing and miss. Would you agree?
100%. And last year was not a great year for the Rangers in that regard. I think things have improved, and the consistency of the lineup has gotten better. They brought that thump in that you're talking about, certainly what they wanted to see. Bringing down Chase is something. They wanted to be a little bit more disciplined, but this is a very aggressive team.
Skied. Tucker's calling for it. No, Gurriel's got it. Both making the call. Nobody really gave in. Tucker kind of last minute saying, okay. Yuli with the put out. He's got seniority.
He does. And when you talk about pop-up priority and the way that you're coming in, there's always this conversation and communication and knowing that the guy that is behind you is the one that you'd actually want to make the call. And Gurriel took a little bit of a chance there because you can hear Tucker. Now Gurriel may not have heard him because they're both yelling at the same time. But your preference is the guy that's running in is the one that would catch it as opposed to the guy going backwards.
And that is skied. Deep left, Marcus Semien, forget about it. To the Crawford boxes for number 17 on the season.
It's a little bit longer to go when you're asking about the difference between the offense. A year ago when this team was down late, it felt like the game was over. There was no chance. Now this is a big deficit to try to come back from. But they're in most games because of the power that they've added to the lineup, and especially for Marcus Semien. We talked about his big year last year with the 45 home runs in Toronto. But I'd say that's one of the main differences. And they've done a good job coming back late, scoring a lot of runs late in games compared to where they were a season ago. That's not a bad pitch at all for Montero. 95 with some life on the inside corner.
Second row.
Felt bigger, didn't it?
It did.
Thought it was going way deeper than that.
That is not a home run in any other ballpark.
Really? That wasn't high enough to get over the green monster?
343 feet. I guess not enough on the launch angle. Picked the right spot. 39 degree.
Maybe Toronto, maybe Baltimore last year.
That's right.
Not this year.
The Astros are one strike away from taking the series. Game over. Astros win it and improve to 72-41 on the season. Best record in the American League, all by themselves for now.
The Rangers knew they were going to run into a tough starter this afternoon, and they did in Framber Valdez. He was excellent. They were able to put some hits together late, but because of that big lead, 7-0 going into the 8th inning, not enough time for the Ranger offense to catch up.
Big win for the Rangers yesterday to take down Verlander and the Astros eventually in extra innings, but a bounce back from Houston. They take 2 out of 3 in this midweek meetup. You ready for the postgame show?
I guess so.
Let's do it. The postgame show is presented by Jersey Mike's, Scotty Braun and CJ Nitkowski, as the Astros take down the Rangers by a final score of 7-3. A little bit of late life from the Rangers offense. They score 3 runs in the final 3 innings, but not enough to take down Houston. And Framber Valdez was so good for so long in this game, giving them 7. At one point I was like, maybe as you go 8 or 9, but that's all they needed, especially with the offense doing their thing as usual.
Yeah, he dialed it up too when he needed to, did Framber Valdez. There were some opportunities for the Rangers, not many, but a couple of opportunities where they had runners on base, and he was able to make some pretty big pitches to strike out Marcus Semien and Corey Seager back-to-back in an inning which they were trying to string some things together. I thought was pretty impressive, and so you knew that coming in. The Rangers knew it coming in. It was going to be a tall challenge. Framber Valdez delivered.
You voted for him, I voted for him, and you voted for him. The YouTube player of the game is Framber Valdez. 7 scoreless innings, 8 strikeouts, using the curveball as usual for half of those Ks. Coming up big yet again. The ERA now well below the 3 mark on the season, and he joins us live right now on YouTube. Let's get him the trophy, first of all. Fromberg, congratulations on the win and also the trophy. We'll engrave your name on it. So take us through your outing today and what was working so well for you.
Háblanos sobre tu salida hoy, que estaba funcionando también para ti.
La concentración, el enfoque en cada picheo, en cada salida y, tú sabes, mantenerse tirando strike.
Yeah, I think the concentration, the focus, every pitch, and just staying throwing strikes.
Tell us a little bit about the curveball. We talked so much about the two-seam fastball, the velocity, the movement, but the curveball really seems like it was the better pitch this afternoon.
Hablar un poquito de la curva. Obviamente la recta de captura estaba buena hoy, pero la curva pareció que fue el mejor picheo.
Así fue uno de mis mejores picheos hoy, así para sacar el séptimo en blanco, y fue que la tuve bien controlada hoy, la practiqué bien en el bullpen, la practiqué bien en el throwing program, y tú sabes lo que se hace bien en el bullpen, throwing program, tú lo llevas al juego y sale con éxito.
Yeah, the curveball definitely was my best pitch today. I was able to throw it today to get out of the 7th inning. It worked well in the bullpen, worked well in the throwing program, practice it there, and I think the things you do well in the bullpen and the throwing program usually goes well in the game.
Framber, I need 2 breakdowns. One of how good Martin Maldonado was for you today and all season long, calling pitches and handling things behind the plate. And 2, how his home run swing looked.
Qué tan bueno ha sido Maldonado llamando los picheos para ti atrás este juego y la temporada entera, y también que bien se vio el swing del home run.
Fue un buen swing, fue un buen contacto. Sabemos que él a veces hace su buen contacto y da su jonrón, y en pedir los picheos, un buen catch en pidiendo picheos, en saber cómo los bateadores vienen agresivos, cómo vienen los bateadores en secuencia, y me gusta cuando me quechan, me gusta cuando llamo el sistema de juego, que salimos con éxito.
Yeah, it was a great swing. We know that he's capable of doing that every once in a while. And in terms of calling the game, yeah, I love when he catches me. He knows what hitters are aggressive, the sequencing we can go to attack hitters, and he's always prepared for that.
Now, we talk often about hitters and being clutch in big moments. There were a couple of big moments for you today. The 3rd inning when you struck out Marcus Semien and Corey Seager back-to-back, and then that 7th inning where you seemed to dial it up. Does the mentality change for you in tight spots? Do you find yourself maybe more focused and more locked in when you got those bigger outs and those bigger bats you have to face?
La mentalidad cambia para ti cuando tienes esa jugada cerrada, cuando tienes mucho corredor en base, yo así.
La mentalidad tiene que ser la misma desde como empezaste hasta que termina, no puedes cambiarla. Cuando la cambia tu ritmo de juego. O sea, yo trato de llevar la misma mentalidad que llevo desde el bullpen, que vengo desde el dogado, la llevo al juego y trato de mantenerla en cada picheo, cada inning. O sea, hay que mantenerla, no puede cambiarla porque si no el juego te cambia.
No, I think the mentality for me just stays the same. The same mentality I had the first pitch of the game, the same mentality I had in the bullpen is the one that I had in those situations. I think if the mentality changes, then the rhythm of the game changes, and that's where things go off.
So one more on the mentality, the mental side of things. I know you talk about it frequently, and we addressed it during the game. How much have you learned about the mental side of playing the game of baseball? And is there one phrase that you tell yourself before or during a game?
¿Qué tanto tú has aprendido del lado mental de jugar béisbol? Y hay una frase que tú te dices a ti mismo antes del juego.
Claro, yo siempre digo, todo está en la mente, todo es mental. Si en tu mente tú crees que tú vas a tirar un buen juego, si en tu mente tú crees que tú vas a tirar un buen picheo, si te lo crees, todo es posible. O sea, que cree todo es posible. Solamente tienes que creer en tu picheo, confiar en tu queche, confiar en el terreno. O sea, tienes que confiar. Y lo que yo hago es confiar, creer que los picheos míos van a caer bien, creer que se va a ponchar el bateador y creer que las jugadas se van a dar, y así pasa. No importa lo que pase el juego.
Yeah, I tell myself everything is mental. When I come in, if I tell myself that I got to believe in my pitches are going to go well, that I'm going to get the batter out, I'm going to strike them out, everything is mental in this game. So that's my mentality every time I go out there.
Jenloy Herrera doing the translation for us. Jenloy, we appreciate what you do as well. I want to give you a shout out. Thank you so much. And Fromber, congratulations on the win and the YouTube Player of the Game trophy. And good luck the rest of the season, okay?
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you, Framber Valdez, with 7 shutout innings, and he wins the Player of the Game results. 55% of the vote. Bregman coming in second. Valdez's battery mate Maldonado in third at 18%. Astros pick up their 72nd win of the season, and you figure many more to go for this dominant franchise as they're going to take on the Oakland A's at home. Much more on the Rangers and the Astros on the postgame show coming up. Astros top the Rangers by a final score of 7-3 at Minute Maid Park. Scott Brun and CJ Dukowski calling this game with you, and it sounded and looked like this. That one gets away too, so a leadoff walk. Here's Jonah Heim, first pitch, pulls it to Bregman. Short hands over there at the hot corner. And Framber Valdez, despite the leadoff walk, gets through the first against Texas. And that's right, Altuve almost got hit, which we saw yesterday, first pitch of the game. And there goes Diaz to left. And that one is going to stop dead for Charlie Culberson, a few steps right in front of the warning track. And that's through the right side. Wide open for Jeremy Pena. That one gets through, similar spot as Pena. Back-to-back singles for the Astros 7 and 8 hitters. Jake Myers comes through. And there he goes to left. Maldonado has a 3-run bomb. #12th of the season. It's 3-0 Houston.
Take a look at the pitch from Cole Reagan. Just too much of the plate. Jonah Heim wants that ball away on the corner. Looks like it might have cut back a little bit.
That is strike 3 on Semien. That looked like it climbed the ladder a little too far, but he's heading back to the dugout on this, CJ.
Wow, that is definitely up.
2 on still, and 2 outs now after Valdez picks up back-to-back strikeouts of Semien and Seager. Bases loaded here for Texas and a chance to play comeback, trailing 3-0. Heim gives it a ride right central, and Myers will line it up. Uriel going the other way, into right. A double and a single now for Yoli this afternoon. Bregman looks to line that one up deep left, and forget about it. Alex Bregman with a 2-run blast. It's 5-0 Stros.
I think this swing right here tells you, reminds you of some of that damage that he is capable of doing. It's a 4-seam fastball. Couldn't quite get it in there enough. He's very good. He's short to the ball in. When you go in on Alex Bregman, it's got to get all the way in. That one did not, and squared it up.
So that was us during the game. This is us live, talking through the 7th inning. Gurriel with yet another knock big day for him. A slow start to the season, but he's really picked things up. Then Tucker with a single dropped into center, and after runners advanced to second and third on the wild pitch, Bregman with a base hit to make it 6-0 Astros. And then here comes Tucker on a funky sac fly, I'd call it.
Yeah, this one was a weird one. You see how he kind of drifted off the base, and Charlie Culberson did not see him going, and so he wanted to throw the ball to the cutoff man, but there was nobody on the left side of the infield looking for the cutoff.
Where's the Rangers offense? Found it in the 8th. First, Seager, base hit. Semien moves up. 2 batters later, Nathaniel Lowe mic'd up today, driving in the first run of the ball game for the Rangers to make it 7-1, and then Leody Taveras had a nice series.
He did, and he has made some huge strides this season. He was good against the Astros, and for the Rangers, they love seeing that, knowing they expect him to play a lot of games.
Here's a punch from Marcus Semien in the 9th off of Montero. That made it 7-3, but his buddy Corey Seager going down looking. Nice pitch from Montero to end it.
Yep, the former Ranger. He's really established himself late in his career as a go-to reliever.
Well, what do you know? Another pitcher enters the Houston organization and is suddenly a star. They've done that with so many pitchers that have entered the mix for them over the past decade, and they are 7-3 winners over the Texas Rangers. Hey, I asked for a meme, and I got one. When you ask to drive another man's train, that's a good look right there. Brett, I knew that was going to be a beauty. That's going viral for sure. What do you think?
No, I think you're onto something. That look was one that I won't soon forget after the visit up with Bobby Dynamite. And, of course, got to be up there for the Alex Bregman home run. My ears are still ringing with that. But Bregman had a couple of base hits, including that home run, drove in 3. And I asked him after the game if this felt like an Astros-type win, where Maldonado hits a 3-run homer, he has a 2-run jack, and Framber Valdez just goes out there and throws 7 scoreless innings.
I think we had a great team effort today. The guys came in ready to play, and it was a good win. They're a good ball club, and we were just trying to compete and play hard.
What's it like playing behind Framber when he has this good stuff?
You know, he attacks the zone. He throws a lot of strikes. He gets a lot of ground balls, and you got to be on your toes defensively.
I was up in the train when you hit your home run. I'm assuming it landed at some point because I couldn't tell.
Yeah, Altuve was giving me a hard time saying that I need to only hit the ball to the Crawford boxes because I don't have enough pop to go to center field, so I was able to sneak one in there to left field.
Evaluate your season to this point for me.
I think that our team's playing really good baseball, and I think we got to keep it going and keep playing hard and continue to improve and get better. And yeah.
For those who don't know, Alex was my analyst for a couple of innings here at Minute Maid Park during the College Classic. Are you ready to do that again? You have a career, maybe.
I don't know about that. Maybe down the road, but for right now, maybe down the road.
Finally, we did talk about chasing greatness, about your desire in this team to get back to at least 6 straight ALCS, then to a World Series, and to win it. Feels like this team's in a pretty good spot. Is there anything you think they need to do over the next couple of months, or is it a matter of continuing to play good baseball?
You know, I think we can always get better. I think there's always room for improvement, and I think this team is very motivated. And yeah.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
That's Alex Bregman. Well, you heard Bregman say Altuve joked with him that he doesn't have the pop to hit one out to center field. He has to go to left field. And both of you guys were talking about the Field of Dreams game that occurs later on tonight. Now, that's special to me. Native Iowan, grew up on a farm, lots of corn. My high school field, you didn't have to hit a home run to get one in the corn, but if you shanked one off to the right, it landed in the cornfield where I hit probably several. I know the fans tonight hoping they see a lot of balls go in the corn. Here at Minute Maid, the fans love to see him go into the Crawford boxes or up on the train tracks, and Alex Bregman is having a pretty good career of being able to do just that.
And, hey, I love your tour around the ballpark, Brett. That was awesome and very memeable, if that's a word. Number 2, Alex Bregman with a 2-run shot today, helping the Astros win big, 7-3. Mic'd up Nathaniel Lowe next. It's a win for the Houston Astros today, and also I love how StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, can help us out, CJ, in terms of where these baseballs look everywhere else around Major League Baseball. Alex Bregman with a 2-run shot, and it is a home run in every ballpark except Camden Yards, which is funny because that ballpark has changed a ton. Then you flip to Marcus Semien in the 9th inning with his solo blast, and it only leaves the yard in Houston.
It's the good and the bad of StatCast, right? You can say, well, yeah, it got out of here, but if I'm a pitcher, I'm bringing that StatCast 3D to arbitration.
Hey, that's a good call, right? Take it to the offseason, help yourself make a case. But for Semien, he does add another home run to his ledger. His team falls short, but also we give a lot of credit to Nathaniel Lowe today for being mic'd up and showing off some of that personality over at first base. It sounded like this.
Ooh, oh. Come on, Zeke. Let's do it.
Woo! Woo!
Hey, is there anything you'd like to say? Game brain. Come on, Woody. Come on, Zeros. Let's go, boys. Come on, Jeep. Baby fades, buddy. Baby fades. That's all I want. Just a baby fade. I'm going to leave all this with you guys. Quit it. Oh, great. Thank you. How do I call? You needed that one?
Yeah, I needed a bunt, but he didn't give it.
Why, bro? No, you want to hit. Not that. Yeah. You ever worn a mic? You get a hit? Yeah, all right. Good time to steal. Not if he's not engaged yet. Come on, lay it in there. I need a cookie. Ah, boy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There's a good day for you. Hey, sign me up. Do we have his split before and after he got dreadlocks? Is he better with dreadlocks or without dreadlocks? Kind of looks like the Predator. I feel like that sinker started dead middle, then it was on my thumbs. I feel like he just flushed that ball. Yeah, that sinker's nasty. Yes. Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. Come on, bro. Wait one more second, and that's a hit for me. He didn't want to cover. Hey, I sniffed that hit, you know.
Hey, you do Rangers TV, and you told me the world needs to hear more from Nathaniel Lowe.
Yeah, and if anything, he might have toned it down just a little bit. He's really funny. He's got a great personality, but it was a good choice, no doubt, to have him mic'd up. And you can hear him trying to engage players from the other team. That is consistent with him. He's a talker.
Hey, what did you think of both the Astros and the Rangers, not only today but in this series, and just kind of a litmus test of where they're at as we're in mid-August?
Well, we know the Astros are good. I mean, there's no two ways about it. They're one of the best teams in the American League right now, and you sit there and you try to pick apart and say, is there a spot where maybe they're a little bit weak? It didn't show up in this game at all. The secondary relievers did a really nice job. This is a very good team. Defensively, starting pitching, we dug into the depth of that starting pitching and what it's going to mean come postseason time. So there's a lot of positives there. The Rangers still moving forward. They have certainly made some big steps this season, but there are more to come.
You were great.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. That was fun.
Appreciate you. CJ coming through in the clutch last minute. All kinds of travel issues, which I'm sure many of you can relate. Big one next week. Ohtani and the Angels hosting a Mariners ball club that won 90 games last year. They still missed the playoffs. That should get you in this year, and it's been 2 decades plus since they made it to the postseason. 3:30 Eastern for the pregame show next Wednesday, August 17th. So let's put a bow on this Texas two-step. For CJ Nitkowski, Brett Dolan, and our superstar crew, I'm Scott Braun logging out for now. Astros win it. Let's do it again soon right here on YouTube.